Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales. Tonight we slip into the hush of an ancient desert, a quiet walk to a moonlit tomb to feel the desert breathe. The night arrived like a soft, slow blanket pulled over the world. Moonlight poured thin and cool across low dunes, turning each grain into a patient, gleaming hush. Where limestone met sky, a row of tombs rested with the calm of things that had waited long and learned the value of stillness. A single keeper moved between them, his lantern a warm, steady heart against the silver breath of the night. He walked with careful steps, as if the stones themselves asked the kindness of gentleness. The air tasted faintly of cool limestone and dried lotus. The wind carried a small, uninsistent voice. Where the lantern's glow touched carved lintels, hieroglyphs softened into silhouettes, birds' hands, the slow shapes of offerings. The keeper paused now and then to feel a groove where a hand had once traced a prayer. His fingers learned the stone's memory, warm and patient beneath his touch. A scarab crossed the sand and vanished into a fold of shadow. A tiny traveler on an ancient mission. Papyrus reeds at the courtyard edge bowed, whispering like pages, turned by a thoughtful hand. Above, the stars kept watch with mild and remote attention, their light as inevitable as breathing. Each small sound, the scrape of sand, the distant tinkle of a settling pebble seemed arranged to guide the listener inward toward Tom. At the tomb's mouth. The keeper lowered his lantern until its flame kissed the first step. The flame did not demand. It offered a gentle circle of warmth, inviting the eye to follow. Within that glow, carved reliefs read less as public records and more like lullabies. A mother with a child. A boat drifting on a slow river, hands offering bread. Time had softened them until they read like memory rather than boast. He stepped inside with the slow certainty of one who has practiced his welcome. The corridor inhaled cool air and held it. Painted bands along the walls faded blues and ochres ran, like soft lanes leading deeper. Occasionally he pressed 2 fingers into a painted groove and felt the tiny hollows left by a long-ago brush. When he spoke, it was in small, even phrases shaped for sleep, a name, a tiny recollection of a lost toy, the image of a bowl of figs. Each sentence folded into the air and settled. There was no hurry in this place. The keeper's voice moved. Like pebbles dropped into still water, soft sounds that the pool smoothed again. Anyone listening would feel shoulders unweighting, breath lengthening, even the smallest movements, the echo of a boot. The moth's wing worked together to slow the mind's quick rhythms. He set the lantern on a low offering shelf and sat, offering no demand but a place to lay down the day's sharpness. Outside, the desert kept its patient tally of footsteps. Inside, the tomb kept its gentle store of memory. Between them, the night did its quiet work. It invited rest. Outside, the moon watched as if keeping a kindly promise to return each night. The keeper moved as if guided by a single, steady breath. His lantern swung with a quiet patience, painting the corridor in a slow ribbon of light that touched the painted bands, and then let them fade back into cool shadow. The walls here were dressed in long stripes of faded blue and ochre, colors softened by time until they looked like the memory of a sky and the suggestion of earth. Each band seemed to point the way not with urgency, but like a hand laid gently on the shoulder, suggesting direction without force. Steps fell lightly on stone worn smooth by countless feet. The corridor's air carried the faint, dry perfume of lotus and a hint of resin, scents that folded into one another like two old friends settling into conversation. Occasionally, the keeper paused to run his thumb along a channel where a painter's brush had once rested. The tiny grooves under his fingertip felt like the slow ridge of a shoreline. He did not read these marks as records. He read them as invitations to slow down along the way. Small alcoves held objects placed with deliberate care: a chipped cup, a strand of beads, a folded piece of cloth the color of river mud. None called out. They simply sat like gentle reminders of modest lives. A small clay figure of a boat rested in one niche, its paint worn to the soft grain beneath. The boat seemed content to lie there, carrying memories rather than cargo, as if it had been relieved of its voyages and could now indulge in rest. Sound here was measured and generous. The only music came from the soft scuff of sandals, the faint creak of leather, and the distant drip of water somewhere unseen. A moth brushed the lantern's glass and then settled, its wings folded like a small, quiet thought. Every tiny noise was absorbed by the corridor's thickness. Echoes existed only to be softened, not carried. In a wider recess, a low bench had been left for visitors who needed to sit. The keeper set his lantern on the stone and invited a young woman there, a traveler who had come to remember a small kindness from years before. She sat with a careful grace, folding her hands in her lap. Her breathing slowed as she watched the lantern's flame and let the corridor's rhythm settle into her limbs. The keeper spoke very little, one or two simple observations about the painted lilies, the slow curve of a carved orange, sentence small and unadorned, shaped to match the pace of someone closing their eyes. Above them, the painted bands told quiet stories in repetition: harvest scenes, riverboats, hands clasped in offering. Repetition here was not boredom, it was balm. The patterns rocked the eye and the mind, like the rhythmic sweep of oars or the steady tapping of rain on a distant roof. As the woman listened, minor worries unfastened like knots in a rope, and her shoulders dropped a fraction lower with each passing minute at the corridor's farther end. A narrow shaft allowed a blade of moonlight to pierce the gloom. It fell across the floor in a cool, pale line, and for a moment the lantern's warmth and the moon's hush met in soft agreement. The keeper rose, gathered his lantern, and with a last, almost private nod, led the way onward. The corridor did not hurry them. It simply continued to hold them in its slow care, an unspoken promise that wherever the path led, it would be walked without rush. The next chamber opened like the careful inhale before sleep. Light from the keeper's lantern laid a warm, round path across low shelves, and on those shelves sat small, deliberate things. A pebble smoothed by a child's thumb, a length of braid tied with a faded ribbon, a tiny clay cup with a hairline crack like a shy smile. Nothing there shouted for attention. Each object waited in its own gentle dignity, as if these ledges were small beds for memories. A woman moved through the hall with the slow attention of someone folding a letter to keep. She placed her palm near a little mound of grainin offering, left long ago, and felt the coolness of stone under her fingers. The hall smelled faintly of resin and dried herbs, comforts that clung to memory like soft threads. Tiles overhead were painted with minute constellations, now blurred by centuries, and they seemed to tilt the mind toward quiet thoughts rather than far-reaching ones. The keeper spoke in the low, even cadence of someone reading by candlelight. His words were not full explanations, but tiny pins that held the air together. This was left for safe passage, he said, indicating a chipped statuette. This for a sister's laughter, he murmured, touching a coiled bead. Each announcement was short, the kind the night understood one, that did not insist on being heard so much as invited. Occasionally, a small breeze threaded through a high slit in the wall, lifting the edge of a ribbon and setting it to tremble, like a slow, contented sigh. The sound made by the ribbon's movement was not silence's opposite. It was another form of quiet, a soft, moving hush that suggested life without haste. Small moths, pale as moonchips, threaded their slow roots across the painted surfaces and then rested, their wings folded into tiny, calm shapes at one shelf. A child's painted pebble caught the lantern's glow and showed a flake of pale blue paint that had survived the years. The woman smiled inwardly at its simplicity. She took up a tiny clay cup, held it to her lips as if tasting an absent sweetness, then set it back exactly where it belonged. Such gestures mattered less for what they changed than for the ritual of doing them the way a slow, repeated motion can soften a heart that has been braced against the day. A small, almost hidden niche held a scrap of linen with notes pressed between its folds. The keeper opened it with careful fingers. The script inside was hurried and tender, a short wish sent into the chambers like a paper boat. They read it together in whispers, and the words fell like small feathers into the hall. The hall accepted them and returned only a quieter echo. Time here moved like the slow turning of a page in a book of very large type enough to follow without strain. The keeper and visitor sat for a while, letting the weight of things to remember rest beside them. As the woman's breath lengthened and the lantern's flame bleated low, the hall seemed to gather those soft rhythms and cradle them until their edges smoothed and the night felt fuller of peace. Beyond the hall of quiet offerings, a narrow doorway opened onto a small chamber where a shallow pool lay like a dark, patient eye. The air here felt cooler. It held the soft suggestion of hidden breath, a hush that seemed to have practiced silence for centuries. The keeper set his lantern at the rim and watched the surface as one watches an old friend. The water did not glitter, but held light, folding it inward as if conserving warmth. Around the pool, stone was smoothed by hands that had long ceased their work. A thin reed leaned over the edge, its tip trembling and making a sound like paper, turned very slowly. The pool's reflection did not show sharp faces or bright colors. It offered instead the softened outline of the ceiling and the slow wavering of the lantern. In that muffled mirror, the world felt kinder, its corners gone. A traveler arrived, a quiet figure seeking a particular memory. She kneeled and let two fingertips skim the surface. The ripple moved in gentle rings. The pool accepted without fuss. She spoke a name, almost a whisper. The pool listened by making a faint responsa, slow shiver over glassy skin. The keeper hummed a single wordless note, a small sound that settled the room. On a low shelf sat a vase stained with the ghost of perfume. The scent was nearly gone, but when the woman leaned close, it rose faintly of citrus and rose, and for a moment the past felt near enough to touch. Small items lay at the pool's edge, an old coin, a curled ribbon, a painted pebble. Each had been left with deliberate slowness, offerings that asked only to be remembered. A beetle fell into the water and paddled to the rim. It did not struggle. It moved with the calm determination of something that understood its place. The keeper scooped it up, setting it gently on a warm stone to dry. Even the smallest life here moved to the tomb's tempo, unhurried, respectful, sure. As the traveler watched, her breathing lengthened. The ripple patterns read like an old song, slow repeating phrases that made the body want to echo their cadence. The keeper told a short memory about a boy who learned to leave notes on the water and later retrieved them. The ink faded, but the meaning intact. The tale was not dramatic. It was a practice of gentleness. When the lantern's flame leaned low, they let the pool hold their quiet. The chamber took their small offerings and folded them into its long keeping, as if depositing them on a shelf, reserved for tenderness. Outside, the desert kept slow watch. Inside, the pool remembered. They sat until the stars moved, trading silence for small, careful generosity. Each breath a soft pledge, each pause a small benediction to the quiet pact. Between memory and night and slow contentment, they passed through a low, cool arch and found, tucked like a hidden thought, a small courtyard where green kept its own careful time. The courtyard was less a show of life than a promise that life quietly persisted. Squat succulents held plump stores of water, papyrus stems arched like slow feathers, and a single pale lotus unfurled its petals with a patient, deliberate rhythm. Light here was filtered and soft, as if the sun remembered to be gentle when it visited. The air smelled faintly of sun-warmed clay, and something sweet an echo of citrus, perhaps, or the faint remnant of an offering long dissolved. A short stone bench rested beneath the papyrus. The keeper sat and set the lantern down, its glow a small pool that mingled with the courtyard's natural hush. A woman who had been traveling with them walked the narrow paths, barefoot on the warm sand, and let her fingers drift across the backs of leaves. Each touch was an exchange. She gave nothing but the attention of slow hands. The plants replied by holding their shapes steady, folding their green into ease. A spider had spun an almost invisible curtain between two stems. Duan, ancient and delicate think, collected in the web's center and trembled there like a single, tiny world. For a long moment they watched that droplet, and watching lengthened their breaths. The small rhythms of the courtyard acted like a metronome for calm, a breeze that moved like a thoughtful exhale. The distant coo of a dove carried from beyond the tomb's walls, the soft whisper of sand shifting in a corner where a tiny creature had passed by on a low stone table. Someone had left a wrapped piece of bread and a scraped bowl. It looked less like food than like a ritualan offering placed with hands that had learned to be modest. The woman broke a small piece and tasted it, not for hunger, but to remember the sensation of simple sustenance. The act of eating without haste steadied her. The courtyard received the crumbs and made of them a quiet benediction. Scattered about were little folded slips of papyrus, notes folded into tiny boats, names, a date, a single line of thanks. The keeper carefully opened one and read aloud a whisper of a message for safe travel and for a home warmed by light. The words were small, but full of weight, the kind of thing that sits well inside the chest. They left the slip back where they found it, not to forget, but to keep the offering in its place. A lizard idled on a warm rock, unmoving except for Anne. Occasional, slow blink, and its stillness joined the courtyard's quiet chorus. Shadows pooled and lengthened as the lantern's flame settled lower. The lotus's petals closed just a little, like a hand folding over a letter. In that soft closing, the woman felt a gentle unfastening worries, loosening like knots undone. With patient fingers, before leaving, the keeper gathered a small handful of seeds leftovers from some long-ago sowing and tucked them into a cloth for the woman to carry. "Plant them when the morning is ready," he said, voice low as a lullaby. It was a small instruction and a little hope wrapped together. They walked back through the arch with steps that matched the courtyard's pace, unhurried, careful, and lightly hopeful. The garden remained behind them, a pocket of green that kept breathing in slow, steady measures. They moved deeper still, through a low passage whose walls narrowed like the closing of a book. At its end opened a wide chamber that smelled faintly of old papyrus and cedar, warm, ink-sweet, scent like a memory folded into cloth. Shelves, carved into the stone, held neat rolls, each bound with a thin ribbon of dyed linen. The keeper's lantern skimmed across titles, painted in tiny, careful strokes. Even the words here seemed to prefer being whispered. A single scribe sat on a low stool beneath an alcove light, his posture relaxed, his reed pen resting gently between two long fingers. He was not hurried. His movements were the unforced motions of someone who had practiced patience until it felt like breathing. When he dipped the nib into a shallow dish of ink, the action was more like greeting than work. The script he wrote was deliberate and spare lines that read like slow breaths transcribed onto papyrus. The chamber held artifacts of small domestic reverence, a smooth stone used to press sheets flat, a bundle of dried reeds tied with faded twine, a bowl of crushed pigments whose colors had faded but still held the memory of sunlit blue and river brown. A tiny, carved statuette of a scribe stood on a shelf, its paint worn to a gentle patina. It watched without expectation, a small sentinel of careful handwork. Each object seemed to say, quietly, that attention was an offering. A young traveler lingered at a nearby bench, watching the scribe's steady wrist. She traced, with soft eyes, the slow way ink spread and settled into the papyrus fibers. Watching that small spreading felt like watching the slow bloom of something that needed time and image becoming real, a thought finding rest on the page. With every measured stroke, her breathing slowed a fraction more, as if the steady rhythm of the pen had tapped into a deeper metronome in her own chest. Now and then the scribe spoke, not to teach, but to name small, ordinary things. "This reed came from the great marsh," he would say, or "this ink is mixed with a drop of resin to keep it steady." Each fact was offered like a salted crumb, simple, grounding, and enough. He read aloud a short line from a recently finished roll, a farewell written by someone who left but wanted the living to know they had been grateful. The words landed, soft and bright, then folded into the chamber's air beyond the bench. A low window slit let a thin band of moonlight fall across a stack of tied papers. The light pooled there and seemed to slow time within its borders, making the dust motes drift like tiny, slow planets. A moth floated through that thread of light and rested on the lip of a jar, still as if meditating. The chamber accepted all small things, the scratch of reed on papyrus, the quiet creak of a stool, the soft rustle when a page was turned on, turned them into lullabies before they left. The keeper invited the traveler to press her thumb into a small lump of clay left for impressions. She made a single gentle print and set it on the shelf, among other small marks, a modest ledger of human presence. It was nothing grand, only a record that someone had once been here, had once paused. The scribe tucked the clay into the corner, smiling at the way such simple acts could anchor a restless mind. They walked away with their pockets lighter and their pulses slower. The chamber's hands patient, practiced, and unfussy kept writing at their slow pace, turning thought into small, permanent things. The corridor swallowed their footsteps, and, as the stone closed behind them, the quiet remained like a soft margin around the day. They crossed a threshold where the air felt thicker with attention, as if hundreds of quiet eyes had gathered to make sure the world slowed down. The room of silent statues opened before them like a library of still people, figures carved in stone, each seated or standing with a dignity that had learned gentleness over centuries. Their faces were smoothed by time into expressions that seemed designed not to command, but to reassure. Soft brows, half smiles, lids nearly closed as if mid-dash blink. The keeper moved among them as one might among old friends, pausing to let the lantern's warmth rest on a cheek or a folded arm. The pilasters between statues were painted in delicate motifs, little lotuses, braided cords, the recurring image of a boat patterns repeated with the calm regularity of a metronome. In that steady rhythm, the room taught an almost physical lesson, that repetition, so gentle it becomes ritual, can coax even the most stubborn restlessness toward sleep. A statue of a young woman, her head tilted slightly toward the horizon, drew the traveler's attention. She cupped a small stone bowl in her carved hands. The bowl's surface was worn smooth by centuries of imagined touch. The traveler felt the shape of the bowl as if it were a small problem to be solved, not by force, but by gentleness. She left a single dried petal inside it, a tiny, deliberate tenderness. The petal did not change the statue, but doing the small, careful thing seemed to change her. The act folded her own shoulders inward and let her inhale deeper and longer. Around them, the statues kept the room's pace. A guardian figure with a falcon carved into his chest looked neither fierce nor mild, more like someone who had learned to watch with patience. A seated scribe held a blank tablet, its surface polished to a dull sheen, as if waiting for someone to place the first slow mark. The keeper told, in his low voice, a story about a mother who once asked a statue to stand in for her while she slept through a long vigil. The tale was short and soft, the kind that lets the heart unclench rather than clench anew. Little details pulled the senses gently, the faint residue of pigment in a statue's hairline, a tiny chip softened into a smooth crescent, the way dust lay in a single patient band across a sandal. These small things felt like breadcrumbs leading away from worry. A moth landed on the scribe's lap and stayed, as if understanding that even living things could learn the statue's pace. They lingered beside a small plinth, where someone long ago had placed a child's rattle, now a polished stub of wood. The traveler remembered, briefly and without sharpness, a hand from her own past. The memory did not sting. It folded in like a hand closing over a warm stone. The keeper suggested, without ceremony, that she lay her palm flat against the carved knee of the statue nearest her. She did, and the coolness steadied her pulse as if the stone kept time with a very slow, kind clock. When they left the room of silent statues, the space did not feel emptied, but fuller, like a chest that had been inhaled long enough to hold a new quiet. The statues remained, continuing their quiet vigil, their faces turned slightly toward those who would one day return. The corridor beyond waited in its usual calm way, and their footsteps matched its tempo as they moved on, steadier and softer than before. They found the vault of whispered maps beyond a low, creaking door that sighed like an old friend greeting them. The room was wide and half dark, its air carrying the faint tang of dust and cedar, honest, grounding smell that somehow made the chest feel lighter. Shelves ran along the walls, and on those shelves lay flat tablets and rolled papyrus wrapped in linen, maps and simple charts. Not the precise instruments of modern craft, but tender, handmade tracings of rivers, dunes, orchards, and roots, of wandering birds. They read less like instructions and more like invitations to remember where journeys began and where small things were left behind. The keeper set the lantern on a low table and with soft gestures invited the traveler to unroll one of the papyrus maps. It opened with a quiet crackle and revealed a landscape drawn in a patient, looping hand. A ribbon river, a cluster of reed huts, the tiny cygne of a grove where someone had once left a bench. The map was intimate rather than grand. Its lines suggested the roots of ordinary lives, the path from house to market, the narrow track down to a favorite fishing stone. Looking at it felt like retracing a long, gentle walk that had been taken 1,000 times. A small, childlike drawing in the corner showed a path lined with stars, and the traveler smiled at the simple bravery of that little mark. She traced the route with light fingertips, following its quiet curves. Each line on a map carried the memory of feet that had trod it, a slow rhythm of steps, the habitual turn at a particular tree, the way the wind tended to gather at a certain bend. As she followed the map with her eyes, the body wanted to follow. With breath, inhalation and exhalation synchronized to the map's slow, meandering pace. On a nearby shelf, a set of small clay markers bore the names of places written in a patient, steady script. The keeper read a few aloud, not to instruct, but to offer small anchors, names that sounded like soft stones, each syllable easy to carry. The room listened in the way quiet rooms do, with a heavy, accepting hush that made motion seem optional. Even the moths here seemed to move in map-like arcs, choosing a route and then committing to its steadiness. They found one folded scrap of papyrus tucked in the binding of a map. It contained a short note to lines that spoke of a promise kept. I planted the seed where the sun returns first. Remember to rest there. The traveler pressed the scrap to her chest for a moment, feeling the paper's thin warmth. It was a small inheritance, an instruction that was also a permission to pause. A low bench invited them to sit. Around them, the maps kept their careful quiet, their lines soft as the memory of a hand. The lantern's light made the ink gleam just enough to read without startling the eyes. Shadow gathered in the corners like a slow, contented blanket. They sat together for a long while, following routes and letting the small, steady acts of mapping slow thought into place. Each unrolled map was a small map of consolation, a geography made of gentle returns rather than abrupt departures. When they rolled the map back up, they did so with deliberate care, tucking the linen tie with the same attention they might use to fold a small scarf. Outside the vault, the corridor waited with its slow, steady heartbeat. The traveler stood, feeling that her inner compass had been gently resetless, concerned with destinations, now and more kindly attentive to the gentle paths between them. They entered a long, low room lined with niches where once small private thrones had rested, seats not of ostentation but of careful rule, the kind that tended gardens and weighed letters and listened to children. The gallery smelled faintly of old cedar and the soft dust that gathers where hands have been gentle. Each throne was scaled for a hand to rest on an arm, a shoulder to soften against a carved back. They were scaled for people who governed by tending rather than by trumpet. Time had taken the sharp edges, sanding them into softened benches that suggested authority as a quietly held responsibility. The lantern's glow brushed across gilded inlays, dulled to honey tones, where once brilliant colors had flashed lapis, malachite, beaten gold. They now offered muted warmth, like the color of candlelight through a curtain. The keeper moved along the line, his fingers brushing the backs of thrones with a reverence that felt more like gratitude than worship. The traveler walked beside him and felt the air change. It was not the proud air of fanfare, but the tender hush of obligations fulfilled gently. Day by day, small things lay on each seat, as if the rulers of these places still visited in spirit. A folded kerchief, a stubby wooden comb with worn teeth, a tiny box that had once held spices for waking dreams. One throne held a child's toy in. Intricately carved little boat, lacquered and faded, left there perhaps by a parent who had ruled in small, private ways. The presence of such domestic remnants turned the gallery into a place of human scale, where rulership touched the soft fabric of everyday life. A carved relief above one niche showed a couple sharing a loaf beneath a shaded sycamore, their faces turned toward each other more than toward conquest. The traveler touched the relief with 2 fingertips, feeling the coolness of the stone and the slow history pressed into its grooves. In that touch she felt a strange consolation. Greatness had lived alongside tenderness, and both could be remembered. Without drama, the keeper hummed a low tune, no words, only the cadence of someone who had learned to count his cares and set most of them down. The sound wrapped through the gallery like a ribbon. Listening, the traveler noticed how her shoulders seemed to unfasten the concept of power, when stripped of heat and spectacle, became a soft, organizing hand rather than a clenched fist. The room taught that duty could be a quiet thing, held steady across small acts. A small moth landed on the arm of a throne and stayed, as if it too understood that some places existed to hold rather than to command. Nearby, a faded banner hung limply, its painted emblem softened into suggestion. The traveler sat on a low step and let the gallery's tonic work. Her breath lengthened, each exhale easing like the closing of a book. She felt no urge to prove herself. She felt only the relief of belonging to a lineage of small courtesies and gentle stewardship. When they rose to leave, the keeper placed a single folded scrap of papyrus upon one throne, a simple wish for kind nights and kinder mornings. It was a small thing, but in the gallery of faint thrones, small things were the point. They walked out together, their footsteps respectful and slow, carrying with them a sense that dignity, softened by time, could be a balm for the restless mind. They climbed a narrow stair that twisted gently upward, each step worn to a soft slope by centuries of careful feet. The stair opened into a low chamber crowned with a shallow domen observatory, where the ancients had once turned their eyes outward and kept their questions patient. The dome's interior was painted with tiny, pinprick stars and a single, wide moon. The pigments were muted now, the hues thinned into the calm of old cloth. It felt like a room made to hold wonder without urgency. A slit in the dome offered a precise view of the sky, a single, disciplined window that framed a handful of constellations. The keeper set his lantern near the opening and let its circle of warmth rest on the floor, while the traveler knelt and traced a finger along a painted arc that represented the river's moonlit curve. Above them, the real sky leaned in cool, slow, and unfussy, its light like a distant promise kept day after day. Lines and small symbols covered a low table, star charts drawn with the same careful hand seen in other chambers, maps of seasons and soft, recurring cycles. But here, the maps were more like poems than instructions, each symbol a compact, tender line about when to sow seed, when to let the child sleep late, when to send a small boat downriver. The keeper read aloud a single short notation. When the heron turns its face to the west, remember to forgive the easy things. It was the kind of guidance that softened decisions rather than sharpened them. They listened to the dome's hush. Even the stone seemed to hold its breath against the sky, as if not to startle the stars into being hurried. A small clay lens, more an art than a tool, rested beside an inked chart. When the traveler peered through it, the planets became slow, beads on a string, and her chest matched their stately motion. The chamber turned, looking upward into an act of gentle surrender. The sky was vast and unbothered, and so it gave permission to be small and content. A moth found its way into the slit and circled the lantern before settling on the keeper's shoulder like a soft punctuation mark. He stroked its wing with a thumb that had known many such quiet visitors. The traveler closed her eyes for a moment and let the rhythm of distant constellations enter her like a lullabian ordered song, predictable enough to be comforting and large enough to ease the smallness of worry. The keeper spoke of an old practice. Sailors once tied a tiny ribbon to a map and left. it in the observatory as a reminder that orientation is not always about arriving. Sometimes it is about knowing how to come back. The traveler tied a small length of papyrus ribbon to a peg in the wall, not to bind a course, but to bind herself briefly to the act of returning to calm, to friends, to ordinary mornings. The ribbon hung like a modest vow and made the room feel slightly more public in its intimacy. When they rose to leave, the keeper tilted the lantern so the traveler could see the painted moon smile faintly from its corner. Down the stair they moved in soft steps that matched the dome's measured hush. Outside, the night spread across the necropolis like a silk sheet. Inside, the observatory kept its quiet, work pointing patiently, 2 nights ahead and 2 gentler ways of keeping time. They stepped into a broad, shallow room where the floor itself seemed to be keeping an even, patient rhythm. Tiny tiles had been set long ago in careful patterns, rows of small squares that together formed scenes of ordinary days, a hand handing over bread, a pair of sandals beside a doorway, a boat with 2 figures drifting under a low sun. The mosaic did not shout its artistry. Instead, it arranged small acts into a slow, readable calendar. Walking across it felt like following a very gentle rule, one soft image at a time. The keeper lowered his lantern so its glow would spread thin, and even the traveler moved barefoot, feeling the mosaic's cool texture under her soles, each tile a tiny, deliberate push against the rush of thought. With every step she took, one more picture came into focus: an old woman weaving, a boy watching the river, a cup being set down with quiet care. The images were not grand. They were intimate markings of how people spent tenderness day by day, and tracing them eased the idea that life must always be dramatic. Sound in the room was minimal, a faint scrape where a foot shifted, the small whisper of cloth, the steady breathing of 2 people letting the day fall away. In a corner, a small pile of smooth river stones sat like a tiny clock. The keeper suggested they count them slowly, 1 stone for 1 exhale, another for 1 inhaled, then let the counting fade when the breath matched the rhythm. The traveler took a stone and held it, feeling its worn warmth, and found that even this small weight gave permission to rest. On a low bench by the wall sat a narrow box of pigments. A scribe had once touched up the mosaic's colors as one might touch a portrait of a beloved relative. The keeper uncapped a tiny pot and, with a reed brush, retouched a sliver of cobalt that had gone faint. He did it slowly, each stroke deliberate, and tiny, an act that made the traveler feel as if she, too, had been given the chance to mend a small bruise in her day. The act of repair here was never urgent. It was a patient tending, the sort that believes in small, steady care rather than sudden fixes. A child's laughter only, a memory, a faint echo carved into a tile seemed to ripple across the floor. When the lantern light hit it just so, the traveler crouched and traced that carved smile with a fingertip, and a warmth spread through her chest that was not sharp but soft, like heat from a small coin recently held. The keeper told a simple anecdote about villagers who used to gather on this very mosaic at dusk to exchange bread and advice. There was no pomp in the story, only the small warmth of shared routines. They moved together across the room, matching their steps to the mosaic's quiet stories, letting each small scene settle in them like a pressed flower. Time here was not measured in calendars, but in the small, repeated acts that make a life gentle. Setting down a bowl, closing a window, folding a cloth. When they paused at the doorway, the traveler placed her palm on the cool tiles and felt the slow geometry of generations. The mosaic did not rush to tell its whole tale. It offered one tile at a time, and that was enough. They left the room with lighter feet. Outside, the necropolis spread its vast stillness again, but the rhythm of the mosaic kept them communion in a metronome of simple, slow gestures that could be recalled in the dark if needed. The keeper closed the door softly, like a final line in a quiet book. They entered a low, long room, warmed by the memory of sunlight rather than by any present flame. Racks of looms stood like quiet trees, their frames smoothed by fingers that had passed over them for generations. Strange, small shadows played across the floor, where long threads hung in ordered rose-pale flax. Spun wool, the color of river silt, and strips of dyed linen so muted they read as soft weather rather than color. The air smelled faintly of flax, oil, and the gentle sweetness of dried herbs tucked into bundles. It was an honest scent that steadied the chest. A woman sat at one loom, her hands moving in a slow, practiced choreography. Each shuttle slid through the warp with a hush, a soft click. The traveler watched her hands and felt an internal copying, breath lengthening to match the loom's steady cadence, thoughts smoothing into the wide, even spaces between the shuttle's passes. The keeper lowered the lantern so the room would keep its shadowed calm, and the woman's fingers kept composing cloth, as if composing a lullaby. Patterns on the looms were simple and repeating rows of tiny diamonds, a band of water-like lines, a narrow strip of little boats. Repetition here was a skill for softening, by making the same careful motion again and again. The weavers turned movement into meditation. The traveler traced a finger alongside a finished strip and felt its tiny ridges. Each raised thread read like a gentle ridge on a path. Running along it was a way to travel without leaving the room. People had always used cloth to remember. A hem for a child's first steps, a blue thread for a winter kept warm. The looms held these small memory practices like stored light dot. At a low table, a small wooden box contained dyed skeins indigo, pomegranate red, the green of pressed leaves, soft and quiet. Their bright stories faded into gentleness. The keeper picked one up and unraveled a short length, smoothing it between two fingers before tucking it back. He told, in the same slow voice he used for everything, about a woman who threaded a single gold thread through a plain shawl as a private promise to herself, a line of light she could find again on gray mornings. The traveler smiled at the tiny domestic courage of such an act, how a small, bright thread could be a secret rescue. A stray cat, thin and dignified, curled in a patch of muted sunlight that fell through a high slit. Its purr was a low, steady instrument that complemented the click of shuttles, and the traveler felt the purr settle her ribs like a palm. Nearby, a basket of rolled textiles showed the handiwork of many hands. Simple towels, a child's blanket, a narrow sash tied with care. Each piece bore a subtle, practiced imperfection that made it human and comforting. The woman at the loom slowed as the traveler approached. She offered a shuttle for a moment, letting the traveler feel the gentle weight and the measured motion. She guided a single pass, no instruction, only the experience of the rhythm. The traveler's first clumsy attempt found its way into a comforting pattern, and the small success brightened her breath like a lamp rekindled. They left the shuttle where it belonged, a private confidence tucked into the weave. Before stepping out, the traveler laid a tiny strip of papyrus between two finished folds, a note without words, only a folded space that said, "I was here. I will return." The loom, with its slow archive of lives, accepted the slip and held it like a stitch in a hem. They walked on, the click of woven rhythm receding behind them, carrying the room's soft tempo in their chests, work measured not by urgency, but by the patient making of things that keep us warm. They stepped into a cool chamber that held small things with quiet care. The treasury was not for clamor. It kept crowns and staffs like letters folded, labeled, and treated as promises. Shelves were low and padded. Each object rested in its own bed of cloth, spaced to allow breathing between items. A thin circlet of hammered bronze lay near the door, its surface incised with tiny wave marks that caught the lantern and returned it as gentle lines. A short staff carved with a falcon's head leaned in a corner. These pieces did not gleam like trophies. The traveler felt duty had raveled here into small threads, the kind of responsibility that bends close and ties itself with calm knots. On a velvet cushion, a modest crown sat folded, woven of fine gold wire, so light it bent with a thought. The keeper lifted it like an offering and set it down with measured motions. He spoke softly of the crown's purpose, to remind the wearer of small obligations, answering neighbors, mornings, tending a garden. The words were spare and pressed, no airs of grandeur. Listening, the traveler imagined a ruler who kept a ledger of kindness. The beads held muted pigments, faded indigo, leaf green, pale as old glass. Rolling one bead across two fingers, the traveler felt the touch steady her breath. Even storied objects were, in practice, made of humble acts, threads tied, shoes mended, a cup placed for a guest. A child's miniature crown, lacquered and chipped at its rim, had been tucked on a corner shelf. It suggested a private ceremony for small bravery. An afternoon when a parent pressed the toy on a child's head and declared them royal for a moment. The keeper told a sentence about that scene, and the image, lodged like a warm coin in the traveler's chest, power softened into play. A pair of ceremonial sandals lay on a low bench, their leather worn into gentle curves. They spoke of slow processions rather than parades, walks with bread and words, not triumphs. In the treasury, authority looked like attention, the choice to hear a complaint, to mend a sleeve, to return a borrowed tool. That daily tending was the real regalia. Before they left, the keeper wrapped the modest crown in linen and returned it to its bed. They closed the door with the same soft care they had used to enter. The treasury remained as it had been, orderly, humble, and full of small promises, always patient enough to be kept. They descended into a low suite, whose chambers were arranged around a shallow hearth that had not been given over to spectacle. Instead of a roaring blaze, the room held a ring of small, controlled fires, bowls of oil with steady wicks, tiny braziers that breathed a polite warmth, and slender clay lamps set like tiny moons on low tables. The light here was close and intimate, the kind that invites lowered voices and the slow smoothing of hands across cloth. The suite smelled of warm oil, a hint of cedar smoke. An elderly woman with careful hands moved among the lamps as if tending a garden of short flames. She adjusted one wick, tilted a brazier so its ember would glow a bit steadier, and passed a small spoon of oil into a recessed bowl with the discipline of someone who had learned to measure kindness. Each motion was simple and exact, and watching her produced the same effect as being handed a soft blanket. The traveler's shoulders uncurled, and the breath found a steadier rhythm. They sat on low cushions around the hearth and let the small fires do their slow work. The light licked the carved edges of nearby chairs and made the painted bands on the walls glow with a muted, comfortable warmth. In the corners, shadows kept their distance. Nowhere was the light harsh or urgent. The suite felt designed to convert outward heat into inner calm, a room that taught how to be warm without becoming bright. A woman who had been carrying a restless ache tucked her hands beneath her knees and watched the flames lean and straighten like small servants obeying a practiced command. The keeper handed her a tiny cup of lukewarm tea water, infused with a whisper of jasmine and a peel of bitter orange. The first sip slid like a soft sentence across her palate, and as the flavor unrolled, she found that memory softened at the edges. The cup did not promise cure, it promised steadiness, and that was surprisingly enough. They shared small, quiet practices. One by one, they took a pinch of powdered incense and cradled it in the hollow of their palm, letting the scent rise slowly. When placed upon a hot stone, each scent carried a different reason for patience, lotus for remembering, and a hint of basil for small courage. The act of choosing, holding, and releasing felt like a vow made in miniature. Each tiny puff of smoke stretched and dissolved without drama. Unadorned tale about a family who lit one lamp each evening and spoke one true sentence before going to sleep, a practice meant to keep truth gentle and habitual. The traveler found herself thinking of a truth she might speak tomorrow, and the thought felt less sharp and more like folding a cloth. Useful, manageable, plain. A moth hovered near a lamp and then rested on the lip of a brazier, its wings blurred into a soft halo. The sight made them smile without force. Even small creatures here seemed taught to keep their movement measured. When they rose to leave, the keeper blew lightly across the first lamp and let the other fires hold the room's warmth for a while longer. They stepped out of the suite wrapped in the sort of glow that does not cling but lingers in the bones, gentle, quiet, and enough. They entered a narrow chamber that smelled of dried herbs and warm honey, a place where remedies were measured in spoonfuls and time rather than grand pronouncements. Shelves lined the walls, not with labels for hurried cures, but with neat bundles, tied sprigs of dried mint, jars of crushed rose petals, small vials of oil steeped with citrus peel. Everything here seemed designed to be used with a slow hand, act that itself was part of the healing. A woman who kept the apothecary moved among the jars like someone tending a small flock, humming a tune that had none of the urgency of a warning. She offered a cloth-wrapped bundle to the traveler, a sachet of lavender and barley for easing sleep. The traveler smelled it and felt the chest unclench before the bundle even left her fingers. The keeper watched with a mild smile. In that watching was the tacit knowledge that small, consistent practices often outlast grand gestures. Glass bottles caught the lantern light and returned it in soft, rounded flashes. The effect was more modest than dazzling, like a handful of quiet coins. On a low table, flat bowls held powdered resins. One was ash-scented and grounding, another faintly sweet, like bread gone warm. The apothecary mixed a spoonful of rosewater with honey and a drop of anise, stirring until the motion itself felt like a small benediction. She handed a taste to each visitor, no promises shouted, only a calm offered. Near the back, a shallow basin held hot stones, kept just warm enough to make palms unguarded. The traveler pressed her hands to one and let the heat seep in, a warmth that did not burn, but encouraged the body to slow its protest. A small brush lay nearby. It was used to sprinkle powdered calming herbs over the stones so that steam would carry the scent gently through the room. Each inhale pulled the mind back from its sharp edges and invited it to settle into broader, softer shapes. On a shelf, small envelopes contained tiny instructions, 2 lines of careful writing before sleep. Fold one small worry into paper. Leave it under your pillow for a night. Another read when you wake. Fold the paper again and keep. The rules were modest and oddly freeing. The traveler took one, pressed it between her fingers, and felt a faint permission to be imperfect. There were objects here that held stories rather than medicine. A scratched spoon that had fed a child, cured a fever. A chipped cup that had comforted an anxious courier on a rainy night. The apothecary handled each with the same unhurried reverence. Nothing hurried, everything valued. She told a short memory of an old woman who left salted citrus peels in a corner of the room. Months later, the scent warmed winter mornings for anyone passing through. The tale required no drama only, the quiet fact that acts repeated gently form a shield. Before they left, the keeper dipped a small linen strip into a mild oil and tied it with a single knot, giving it to the traveler as a talisman for easy sleep. The knot was meant to be untied slowly in the morning as an act of gentle return. They stepped back into the corridor with pockets lighter and breath longer. Behind them, the apothecary kept its low work, mending small troubles, tending small needs, turning ordinary nights into manageable ones. They entered a room that smelled faintly of old linen and dusted Inca, place where rules had been written not to tighten control but to remind people how to be gentle with one another. Shelves rose low and steady along the walls, holding rolls of papyrus tied with faded ribbons and thin wooden tablets scored with neat lines. The scripts here were small and unhurried, each line more like advice from an elder than a decree from above. A single table sat at the center, its surface smoothed by the palms of many hands. On it lay folded lists, small household guidelines, reminders for care. Petitions turned into polite instructions. Bring bread for the morning visitor. Answer the knock with a soft voice. Leave a spare blanket by the door in winter. None were stamped with authority meant to terrify. Instead, they read like invitations to keep a home hospitable and a heart patient. The keeper of the archive moved among them with the devotion of someone who tended a small flockage scroll, received a brief, respectful nod when passed back into place. A traveler unrolled one papyrus and read aloud a short set of household rules written in a calm hand. Before sleep, close one window and open one tiny thought to forgiveness. Hearing the line out loud made the room feel like a safe vessel. Words spoken softly became instructions for rest rather than lists of duty. The keeper suggested they turn some of the rules into small actions. Fold a strip of linen as a reminder. Tie a ribbon around the wrist only for the night. Or lay a pebble under the pillow to count kind deeds. These acts were modest and manageable, and that was their power. Near the table lay an old box of Oathsteiny written pledges, each folded to fit a palm. People had once left them here, private promises to be gentler, to mend a broken fence, to visit an ailing neighbor. The traveler chose one at random. I will speak one true compliment tomorrow. She pressed the fold to her chest briefly, feeling the paper's thin warmth. And in that quiet exchange, the paper felt less like a weight and more like a promise. Kept between friends, a quill and inkpot rested nearby. The keeper dipped the quill, and with the slow, precise motion that had become their habit, he wrote a single new line and tucked it among the older rolls. Measure answers like breading. To nourish, not so much they overwhelm. The act of writing was gentle and deliberate. Watching it unfold steadied an edge inside the traveler, as if composition could reorder scattered thoughts into a neat bundle. Small tokens accompanied many entries, a scrap of cloth tied to a rule about hospitality, a pressed leaf pinned to a line about patience, a tiny carved charm for mornings that felt heavy. These tokens were like bookmarks for the heart-simple prompts that reminded people of how to return to gentleness. A moth brushed the lantern's edge and drifted to rest on a rolled papyrus, which made the traveler smile. Even the insect seemed to know this was a place for quiet things before leaving. The keeper offered a practice. Choose one small rule. Keep it as a tender experiment for a single day and see how it softens the edges of living. The traveler selected. A line enfolded her chosen papyrus into a neat square to carry a portable reminder that laws could be, at their best, be kindly scaffolding for everyday care. They left the archive with their shoulders eased by the room's measured civility. carrying a simple instruction that might turn a hurried morning into something more gentle. They crossed a low threshold into a long hall whose air carried stories, in scent rather than sound. Racks of narrow flues ran along the ceiling where small censers had once hung. Long after the fires cooled, the hall kept the memory of their perfumes. The place smelled of layered things, a base of warm cedar, a softer note of lotus, and a trace of something bright and citrusy tucked beneath an old combination that made the chest relax almost before thought could arrive. The keeper lifted his lantern only enough to show the way. Light pooled in small, steady circles, while the rest of the room remained gentle and shadowed. On low pedestals, tiny clay censers rested like sleeping animals, each with a different residue inside. One smelled predominantly of resin and smoke, another of dried orange peel and rosemary. One kept the faint, sweet suggestion of jasmine. The traveler moved slowly from one to the other, cupping each in turn and letting the scents wash over memory like waves that do not push but soothe. Learned here that smell could be a map back to quiet. The keeper told a short, simple practice. Breathe in for the length of a slow count. Hold for a slower count. Release and name one small kindness you saw that day. The practice fit the hall like a key to its lock. The traveler followed it and found the breath itself lengthening, the mind making room for small, soft things rather than sharp alarms. A narrow slit in the side wall admitted a thread of cool night air. Where that air met the lingering perfumes, it formed a faint ribbon of lifted scent that moved like a slow stream. Moths drifted through that ribbon and rested on the lip of a censer, their wings folding as if shading their faces from bright thoughts. Nearby, a small pile of ash lay arranged in a quiet, deliberate swirl. Someone had tended a practice of drawing small spirals as an offering, each loop an act of letting go. On a low bench, a woman unrolled a tiny bundle of wrapped herbs and let their smell fill her hands. Lavender for sleep, a pinch of mint for clarity, a curl of dried lemon peel for cheer. She folded the bundle back with ritual calm and tucked it beneath her tunic to carry its reassurance close. The keeper hummed a single, wordless note, and the sound seemed to settle the room's edges, further an audible punctuation that asked no attention but gave comfort. They spoke very little here. Words would have been too bright. Instead, they made small agreements with silence. The traveler closed her eyes and let memory sift through scent. A market stall in another life, a borrowed scarf, the scent of rain on hot stone. Each recollection came like a small, harmless thing and left the chest softer than before. Before they left, the keeper took a pinch of powdered resin and warmed it on a flat stone. He blew very gently, so the smoke lifted in a single, slow column. The traveler watched it rise and felt the urge to follow the smoke's calm path, with her breathing one slow lift, one slow fall. When the column dissolved into the hall's long air, something in her unclenched, as if a long-held hand had finally relaxed. They stepped back into the corridor, with the hall's perfumes folded into their clothes, and memory's small talismans against the quickness of the world. The hall of echoed incenses kept its quiet, ready for the next visitor who needed their breath to be guided home. They passed beneath a low lintel into a room lined with shallow niches, each one holding a small stack of folded papers, narrow envelopes, and tiny sealed jars. The chamber of night letters smelled faintly of old ink and the faint lemon sweet of pressed citrus peels tucked between Pajusa delicate perfume that suggested care rather than urgency. Light fell in gentle pools from wall lamps, and in that softened light the letters looked like private islands, quiet, ordered, and waiting to be read by someone who meant to be gentle. A woman who kept the letters moved among the niches with the tenderness of someone handling heirlooms. Her fingers opened a small envelope and let the words inside breathe before reading. The silence around her felt like an attentive audience that knew how not to interrupt. She read a single line aloud, no more than a sentence, so the meaning could be tasted rather than swallowed. The sentence might be a short apology, a tiny map back to an old friend, or a fragment of a lullaby meant to be sung to a child asleep on a distant shore. Each line landed like a feather and made the room lighter. Most letters were modest things, folded notes from a son who sailed and promised to return for the harvest. A scrap where a woman recorded the recipe that always soothed a feverish child. A page where someone sketched a small boat and wrote, "If you ever lose your way, follow the heron." The content rarely changed fate. Instead, it softened the edges of memory, making raw things into manageable keepsakes. Visitors were allowed to read only a small portion, enough to be comforted, not so much that the old wound reopened. A moth brushed the rim of an open letter and rested on the ink margin as if marking a favorite line. The caretaker smiled and, with an almost ritual motion, replaced the envelope, tucking it back into its niche as if settling a sleeping person beneath a blanket. Sometimes she would stitch a loose corner with a fine thread, not to repair the letter for show, but so the words might keep their home a little longer. The simple needlework made the room feel like a place of small maintenance rather than grand preservation. They found a child's folded fortune tucked behind, a larger note, a strip of papyrus predicting little things. You will find a smooth pebble or tomorrow, someone will laugh at your story." The line was silly and sweet, and the traveler laughed softly, the sound barely lifting the still air. Laughter here was allowed to be tiny and private. It created no demand on others to respond. The keeper suggested a practice before leaving. WRITE, one brief line to yourself on a scrap and fold it in 3. Then place it in a niche marked returns. The idea was not to promise miracles, but to create a small packed act of intention that could be found again if needed. The traveler wrote a single sentence, folded it carefully, and felt the fold act like a small anchor on her day. Light dwindled slowly as they lingered. The letter's paper caught the lamplight and softened into the color of warm bone. When they stood to leave, the caretaker gently closed a drawer holding the smallest notes, love lines, short apologies, recipes for comfort, and set a tiny bead atop it, like a final punctuation. They walked out in a hush that felt less like absence and more like a carefully kept space for return. Words folded like small boats, each waiting patiently for the tide to bring them home. They stepped into a low, domed alcove where light came, not from lanterns, but from the way the stone itself accepted and softened the glow it received. Along the curving wall hung rows of tiny bells, some made of hammered bronze, others of thin hammered copper, a few of beaten silver, so quiet they seemed almost to be holding their sound in reserve. Each bell was tied with a short length of faded ribbon or a slender leather thong and hung at waist height like a row of patient, waiting mouths. A woman who tended the bells moved among them with a gardener's care. She brushed each one with the back of her hand, checking for dust, as if dust were the weight that kept a bell from singing gently. When she lifted one, the tone it made was a small, slow note, never bright, never insistent, more like a single syllable of an old word spoken carefully. The sound did not demand attention. It offered a tiny punctuation in the long sentence of the night. The traveler watched as the keeper explained quietly that each bell had once been given its place by someone who wanted to remember a habit rather than an event. A father's promise to return by the river, a mother's vow to mend a sleeve before morning, a craftsperson's pledge to finish one thoughtful stitch a day. The rhythms the bells suggested were not deadlines, but soft intentions. When struck lightly, a bell's diminishing ring felt like a small benediction that rolled outward and then dissolved into the stone. They learned a practice in the alcove. Choose one bell, strike it once for each slow breath, and let its fading sound mark the pause between inhale and exhale. The traveler did so, tapping a bell that gave a round, mellow note. Each ring seemed to loosen a thread of worry. The body relaxed, as if someone had suggested the right tempo for the heart. The keeper counted with them, not in numbers, but in quiet encouragement. One small sound, let it go. Another, let it go. Around the alcove, decorative engravings showed hands cupping a bell, then opening an image, repeated like the steady exercise of release. Small plaques beneath some bells bore two-line inscriptions: ring once for returning, ring thrice for forgiveness, ring softly for patience. The inscriptions were not commands, but friendly suggestions, the kind that feel more like a lantern left at a friend's door than a posted decree. Occasionally, a small wind from a hidden shaft would move through the alcove and lift the leather thongs just enough for a bell to kiss its neighbor and give a faint, accidental duet. The accidental chiming was always welcomed. The room treated interruptions like gentle guests who had arrived with something to offer. A moth, drawn by the soft vibration, hovered at the rim of a bell and then drifted away, as if hearing was also a kind of touch. Before they left, the traveler selected a slim bell and tied a short strip of papyrus to its thong, a personal request folded into a ribbon. She struck it once more, felt the resonance in her ribs, and carefully hung it back. The keeper smiled as if she had watched. Many people make such tiny vows, and the alcove returned to its hush with the sound still lingering just long enough to be remembered. They entered an open atrium whose ceiling arched low and reassuring, a place where food had not been hurried into mouths, but served as an act of attention. Long, low tables ran beneath painted beams. Each table bore shallow dishes in modest portions: lentils, soft roasted barley, thin slices of pressed fruit, small bowls of honeyed yogurt. Nothing there proclaimed abundance. Everything suggested enough. The air smelled of warm bread and slow-cooked herbs, scents that unknotted the chest with the simple promise of being fed. The keeper of the kitchen moved among the tables like a calm conductor. He balanced a tray of warm loaves, but he did not set them down with ceremony. Instead, he offered them as one might offer a hand. The traveler sat and watched the way service here was measured in small courtesies: a careful passing of a dish, a slight tilt of the bowl so the receiver did not have to reach, a soft word to name what was being eaten, not as instruction, but as an invitation to notice. Each small exchange made the body feel less like a tool and more like a vessel deserving considerate filling. Plates were simple and rough-edged. Eating utensils were not fanciful, but comfortable in the grip. A child, quiet and composed, was given a tiny wooden spoon and a shallow cup, and shown how to take a single, mindful taste before returning the spoon. The lesson was gentle: consume slowly, notice texture and warmth, and let the body tell you when it has had enough. Watching the child, the traveler found herself slowing her own motions, almost without deciding to, an imitation that felt like homecoming. Conversations here were low in volume and rich in small content. A neighbor's report about a repaired fence, a whispered recollection of an easy morning, a quiet joke that made no demand on laughter but left cheeks warmed. The keeper encouraged single practices to accompany each meal count, 3 appreciative thoughts before the first bite, or pass a small pinch of salt with a silent wish for someone else's ease. These tiny rituals grounded the eaters in the present, turning the act of nourishment into a soft meditation. A basket of herbs sat in the atrium's center, sprigs of mint, torn basil, dried marjoram. The aroma rose gently when someone reached in and crushed a leaf. The scent shifted conversation toward present senses instead of future anxieties. The traveler broke off a leaf, rubbed it between palms, and felt a simple joy in small, deliberate motion. Even the clink of bowls became part of a slow rhythm that steadied the night. At one low bench, a woman shared a small bowl of figs with an older man, offering a piece with the same solemnity as if handing over a favored memory. Each shared morsel seemed to stitch people together in tiny, resilient seams. People left the table with a hand over their stomachs and a lighter step. The act of eating had not been a rush to sat, but a ceremony to soften before they left. The keeper wrapped a small parcel of bread for the traveler to carry. A portion meant not for hunger alone, but for the comfort of a future moment. He tied the bundle with a strip of linen and said simply, "Open it when the night feels colder than you want." The traveler tucked it into her cloak like a folded benediction and stepped back into the corridor, warmed by the atrium's slow generosity. The meal's echo sat in her belly like a soft, stone-steady quiet. Enough, they found the nook, tucked into a half-hidden corner where the corridor widened like a slow sigh. Shelves lined the walls, and on those shelves rested lanterns of every modest make-bowl lamps with braided reeds, small metal casings dark with age, glass globes clouded to the softness of old eyes. None were grand. Each had been used until its edges learned to be gentle. A low workbench held tools arranged with the tidy patience of someone who expected to spend time with small things. A bundle of spare wicks, a jar of oil, a roll of fine wire, and a handful of melted glass beads used to patch cracks. The keeper of light was a quiet figure with nimble fingers and a smile that arrived as if only when invited. He welcomed them, not with words, but with a small motion toward the bench, and the offer of a stool. The traveler sat and watched him work, how his hands loosened a crust of soot from a lamp's rim, how he threaded a fresh wick through a spout with the same care as threading a needle. Each repair was a miniature ceremony. The lamp was opened, soot brushed away, wick replaced, oil warmed, a little to loosen stubbornness, glass mended with patient heat. The movements were deliberate and unhurried, each step a careful note in a slow song. Light here was not merely brightness, but attention returned to form. When the keeper lit a newly mended lamp, the flame did not leap. It settled, as if discovering a place it had always been meant to hold. The traveler felt the small miracle in that settling. A thing broken returned to usefulness, its glow now soft and ready to be trusted near the sleep of others. Watching the flame calm, she felt her own pulse follow suit, like someone matching pace with an easy drum. Around the nook, small labels named past repairs dates and tiny wishes fixed for the midwife. 2 winters past, repaired for the boy who carries letters. Each label read like a ledger of small kindnesses, and together they made a map of service rather than glory. The keeper recounted in a voice low enough to be a companion to the work, a short memory about a traveler who once offered a chipped bead in payment. The keeper had accepted it and soldered it into the lamp's handle so it would carry a quiet story. The story was small and perfectly suited to the place. A child from the atrium slipped in shyly, carrying a dull lantern that rattled when moved. The keeper took the lantern and, with gentle instruction, showed the child how to trim a wick and how to pour oil without rushing. The child's fingers were clumsy at first, then more confident. With each slow motion, the child's breathing steadied. Learning the craft was not a lesson in mastery so much as an education in patience. How to tend something that tended you back. They left the nook carrying a small, borrowed lamp whose glow fit against the ribs like a careful heartbeat. The keeper tied a short strip of papyrus to its handle, a note, 4 steps taken softly. It was both practical and ceremonial, a reminder that light can be given and also tended. Outside, the corridor accepted the lamp's warmth. Their shadows lengthened without sharpness, and the traveler walked a little more steadily, as if her feet had learned the pace of a mended flame. They opened a narrow door that sighed on its hinges and stepped into a chamber whose walls seemed tuned to receive sound rather than reflect it. The air felt like soft felt between fingers, muting, warm, and patient. Shelves held instruments, arranged as if sleeping. Small lyres with gut strings loosened a hair, red flutes wrapped in cloth. A low drum whose skin had been tightened to the thickness of a calm heartbeat. None of the instruments begged to be played. Instead, they waited with the dignified restraint of objects that knew their purpose, to remind people how to slow down. A young keeper of music sat cross-legged on a low mat, a thin shawl around her. shoulders, and welcomed them with a nod that felt like an invitation to listen rather than to perform. She plucked a single string on a lyre and let the note hang in the air until it thinned into silence. The sound was small and round, not bright or demanding, more like a punctuation mark than a sentence. The traveler felt the note sink into her ribs and then slide out like oil, easing a stiff hinge. The keeper taught a quiet practice. Breathe in for the length of the first note. Hold only long enough to notice the taste of air, then pluck another string and release. They practiced this together, one modest note for one breath, and with each repetition the body wanted to lengthen its exhale. The room obliged by swallowing the sound gently. Echoes arrived late and soft, returning like a friend who walks slowly back toward you. Reeds were handled with the utmost care. The keeper demonstrated how a simple flute, warmed by the hand, could produce a breath that felt like a small boat on still water. When the traveler put the flute to her lips and tried, her first sound was thin and unsure, but the keeper matched it with a patient, supportive hum that steadied the note. The correction was not a lesson in skill, but an act of comfort. Someone showing you how to find your own quiet voice. On a low stand lay a set of small rattles and bells, percussion used only in measured ways. The keeper invited the child, who often visited the atrium, to tap a rattle once, then twice, with long pauses between. The child did so, delighted by the slow space the room allowed for a tiny sound to dissolve. Laughter here was a soft thing. It did not jar but rippled, like a pebble dropped into a still pool. In one corner, a collection of folded sheets contained simple, hummed melodies written in a shorthand that favored repetition. The keeper read them like recipes. 3 even notes: rest. 2 descending notes: breathe. Hold the last until it thins. The instruction felt less like a score and more like a prescription for calm. When the traveler hummed along, the melody fit into her mouth like a familiar slipper, warm and precisely sized. They spent an hour, though, in that room. Hours felt like a slow, stitch-making small music, then sitting with the aftersound as it settled into the stone. The instruments did their work, not by filling space, but by carving quiet into it. Even the silence that followed seemed fuller, as if the room had learned to hold the absence of sound as something generous rather than empty. Before they left, the keeper plucked the lyre once more and handed the traveler a slender reed tied with a strip of linen. "Keep it for mornings," she said softly. "Touch it when you need to remember how to breathe in time." The traveler placed the reed against her palm and felt the little weight steady her. They closed the door gently behind them. The room remained inside the tomb like a contained lullaby, ready for the next pair of hands. that needed to learn how to sing themselves quiet. They stepped into a long hall whose ceiling sat low enough to make each breath feel deliberate. Along its length, shallow niches cut into the stone held thin slabs of polished obsidian and small mirrors of beaten metal surfaces meant not for vanity, but for the quieting work of reflection. Here, light did not blaze, it folded. Lantern glow hit a metal disc and came back softened, a strip of silver that moved like a sigh. The hall's chief lesson was simple. When light bends gently, it becomes easier to let go. The keeper moved with an economy of motion that suited the space. He walked slowly, pausing to tilt a mirror in a niche so a softer band of light could touch a traveler's palm rather than flood their face. The traveler accepted the light like a small offering, letting it rest on the skin of her wrist as if testing the temperature of a new room. The touch was small, tactful, and it had the effect of allowing the mind to look without needing to see everything at once. Along the walls hung strips of thin cloth, some smoke-darkened, some faded, almost too milk-arranged, so that when a current of air passed through, they moved in an ordered, whispering choreography. The motion was not showy. It read like the careful turning of a page. Whenever a cloth brushed a traveler's cheek, it felt less like an intrusion and more like an encouragement to breathe slower. The sound of fabric against stone was barely there, a soft, repetitive susurrus that worked on the nerves the way a metronome works on tempo. A small alcove contained a set of folded cards-flat pieces of painted wood, each with a single minimal image, a leaf, a boat, a line suggesting a road. The keeper invited the traveler to choose one and to hold it over her heart for a count of 5 slow breaths. She selected the boat. Holding that plain silhouette, she let her breathing copy the boat's implied movement, forward, steady, unhurried. It was a private ritual with no consequences other than a steadier pulse. Further down the hall, a narrow slit opened onto a courtyard so the night could peek in. Moonlight fell as a neat band across the floor and split into a set of soft rectangles. Through small carved grills, the keeper lit a single lamp and placed it where the moon's band met the lamp's circle. The two lights did not compete. They leaned into each other, making a layered pool that felt both intimate and expansive. The traveler sat on the cool stone, letting that layered luminosity arrange her thoughts into smaller parcels. One for gratitude, one for tomorrow's work, and one she could let stay folded and unopened for now. Small carved benches stood at intervals, each with a shallow hollow containing a smooth pebble. The practice, the keeper explained, was to select a pebble and give it a single worry to speak the worry aloud, then tuck the pebble into the hollow. The act was not magic. It was a deliberate transfer that made the worry tangible and easier to set aside. The traveler picked a pebble, spoke a small worry into the hush, and felt, as if by habit, some of the worry settle into the stone's cold surface. Before they left the hall, the keeper adjusted the mirrors so the lamp's light would touch a small painted border near the doorway. The border's colors soft umber and pale teal looked different under the folded light, kinder and less precise. The traveler noticed how little that change asked of her. It simply offered a possibility to see things less sharply and to choose what to unfold later. They walked out with steps that matched the hall's slow folded rhythm, carrying a small pebble and a softer tempo in their chests. They stepped into a cool chamber that opened like a secret courtyard, where round stones had been set into the sand with the patience of people laying out a path for slow feet. The garden of echoing stones felt like a place designed to return movement with tenderness. Each stone, when trod, sent back a tiny, measured sound, soft, hollow note that echoed once and then dissolved. The notes were not bright enough to startle. They were the kind that seemed to converse with one's breath. And in those beds, speckled stones were arranged in concentric patterns. Between the ringed beds, narrow channels held fine sand raked into slow parallel lines, like the grooves of a slow metronome. The traveler moved barefoot, enjoying the contrast between warm sand and smooth stone underfoot. With every step, the small echo from a stone felt like the room's way of saying, "You are here. Be small. Be gentle." Scattered among the stones were tiny plantings, clumps of sedge, a spiky, patient aloe, a single low rosemary bush that smelled of lemon when brushed. The plants did not demand tending. Rather, their presence suggested an economy of careless tending as command, more tending as an ongoing, unremarked kindness. A moth, nearly translucent in the lamp's glow, traced lazy arcs above the rosemary and then settled on a stone, absorbing warmth and stillness. At the garden's center rested a shallow basin filled with water, so clear it looked almost like a hole in the world where the sky might have been pressed down. The basin's rim was smoothed by hands. Small pebbles had been laid inside in a careful spiral. When a finger disturbed the water, rings crossed the pebbles and made a soft sound, as if something had sighed. The keeper invited the traveler to drop a single stone into the basin, not to make a splash, but to make small, contained circles. She did, and watched the concentric waves reach the edges and fade. The act felt like releasing a single, small trouble to the water's patient memory. Along one wall stood a low bench. The bench bore faint scratches and the smooth polish of many resting hands, proof that others had used this place as a temporary harbor. The keeper told a short tale about a pair of sisters who used to come at dusk to lay out matching stones, and then walk the rings together until their breaths synchronized. The story was simple and domestic. It made the traveler ache less for faraway things and more for the warmth of a hand beside hers. They found, tucked into a hollow between two large flagstones, a tiny box holding folded notes, small, carefully written prompts meant to be read aloud and then returned. One read, "Count 3 stones for someone you forgive." Another said, "Name one small thing you will leave for a stranger." The traveler unfolded a scrap and read the line softly. The instruction was modest and immediate, and following it felt like arranging furniture in the mind so that worry had somewhere sensible to sit when they left. The keeper selected a smooth pebble and traced a small circle on its face with a thumb. He handed it to the traveler with no more ceremony than a shared smile. "Carry this for the next step," he said simply. She slipped the pebble into her robe, feeling its weight as a quiet promise. Outside, the corridor's stone seemed to take them back more gently than it had before. Each footfall answered the garden's lesson, returning a softer echo and, with it, a steadier heart. They entered a narrow vestibule that served as a gentle threshold between the tomb's inner comforts and the bright, insistent world beyond. The space was modest low ceiling, a bench of worn limestone, and a single, shallow basin set into the floor. It smelled faintly of citrus rinds kept for scent and of dust that had settled into soft furrows. Light here was careful, not absent, but patient, as if the room itself preferred. When visitors prepared to step back into the evening, they came here to make a small ritual of leaving. A line of neatly folded cloths sat on a shelf, one for wiping a palm, another for wrapping a small thing to carry home. A basket of soft twine and tiny tags offered a way to name what one carried with them: a grief, a promise, a small warmth. The keeper of the vestibule moved among these things with the unhurried care of someone who understood that endings can be made gentler by attention. A traveler paused at the basin and cupped its cool water, letting the liquid run over her wrists. The motion was simple and practical, but it doubled as an unspoken ceremony. Washing hands felt like washing a part of the day free. She dipped a cloth and folded it over her palm, then pressed the damp fabric to the inner corner of her eye knot, to scrub away a memory, but to acknowledge it and let it rest. The act made her breathing more regular. The small attentions acted like precise stitches, calming a frayed edge. Along the wall, small hooks held items left for those who came after: a strip of linen with a reassuring phrase, a carved button meant to be sewn into a sleeve, a slip of papyrus with a recipe for a calming broth. They were modest things, but their presence read as an extended hand across time. You were not the first to leave, and you would not be the last. The traveler selected a tag and wrote 2 words, "Be gentle," folding the paper in 3 before, tying it to a length of twine. The motion felt like a promise and also like a permission to herself. A child from earlier chapters stood on the bench, adjusting a tiny knot under the keeper's guidance. The knotting lesson became a quiet instruction in steadiness, slow fingers, sure loops, the satisfying smallness of a completed tie. The child's face softened with concentration and then relaxed into an easy smile, proof that even small tasks can turn anxiety into mastery. The keeper nodded as if this was precisely the point. Endings can be practiced like any other skill. They read 2 short lines carved into the lintel above the doorway. Old advice left by someone who had left often and returned seldom. Part simply. Carry lightly. Come back if you must. Instead, she made her leap plain. 1 small bow, the wrapping of a parcel, the tying of a tag, a steady breath. When they stood to go, the keeper handed the traveler a small slip of papyrus folded into a narrow strip. "Open it when you feel hurried," he said, "or keep it as a reminder that you may return." The traveler tucked it into her robe and stepped through the doorway with the measured quiet and therefore survivable. The vestibule watched them go, its quiet serving as a gentle hinge between the safety of the tomb and the rest of the night. They stepped into a narrow, high-ceilinged room whose walls were covered in rows of painted faces, each portrait framed by a simple carved band. The paint had faded into quiet pastels, soft umbers, pale lapis, a whisper of malacca so that the faces read less like declarations of identity and more like friends seen after a long absence. The lantern's glow moved slowly across brows and cheekbones, and where light touched a painted eye, it seemed to wink a tiny, private greeting. A keeper opened the door with the practiced quiet of someone who treated every entrance as an unwrapping. He did not sweep the room with his lantern. He let the light settle on the nearest portrait. The traveler found the method restful. Do not try to see everything at once. Study one face. Feel the soft ease of its line, then let it fade back into the library of quiet. It was a way to remember that memory was not a race, but a corridor to be walked without hurry. Each portrait had been commissioned for ordinary reasons: an elder who tended date palms, a teacher of children who taught them to tie knots, a woman who baked bread for the market so. The faces carried small, domestic stories rather than grand histories. A painted smile might be the memory of someone offering a single loaf. A set of gentle eyes might belong to a man who once humored a frightened child until the laugh came. The traveler paused at one portrait of a young man whose mouth leaned into a half-smile. The face had a small line near the eye, perhaps the trace of a laugh. Looking at it felt like hearing a distant chuckle and letting it settle in the ribs beneath several frames. Tiny shelves held personal tokens, a curled ribbon, a pair of old spectacles, a polished pebble. These objects had been placed by visitors. Over years, small offerings placed not to impress, but to acknowledge a likeness recognized. The keeper explained, softly, that leaving a token was not an act of claiming the portrait, but a conversation with it. The traveler placed a thin strip of papyrus on a shelf and felt, in the simple motion, the comfort of making contact. Air in the chamber moved minimally. A high slit admitted a thread of moonlight that painted a steady column across the floor. When the moonlight intersected a portrait, it did not glare so much as nod, turning the painted skin into something alive for a breath. Moths drifted into that column and rested on frames, their wings folded like tiny, respectful flags. The keeper encouraged the traveler to choose a single painted face and sit, allowing the breath to match the steady, unremarked dignity of the portrait. Doing so, the traveler found thoughts slowing like a hand laying down a sharp object. A short practice was suggested. Whisper one small memory to the portrait, perhaps a name, perhaps a forgiven mistake, then breathe out slowly. 3 times. The act was less superstition than ceremony. Saying the memory aloud moved it from an unfinished knot to a neat loop. When the traveler tried it, the first whisper felt awkward, then soothing, and the room's hush received the offered line as if tucking it into a pocket. They left the chamber later with their own face softer in the traveler's mind, as if having sat among other faces had smoothed her contours. Outside, the corridor absorbed the pictorial hush and carried them onward, their steps a little quieter, because now they had practiced seeing, remembering, and letting go one small portrait at a time. They stepped into a long, low passage whose flagstones were worn not by hurried feet, but by careful ones. Along its sides, tiny painted footprints marched in a patient procession rows of small, stylized sandals in faded pigments, each pair pointing the way as if guiding visitors to take one soft step at a time. The passage smelled faintly of sun-warmed stone and the lingering dust of many hands that had smoothed the floor. It felt like an instruction written into the architecture. Move slowly, and the world will answer in kind. The keeper walked first, his steps measured so that the footfalls made a slow, even rhythm against the stone. The traveler followed and noticed how each painted foot seemed to invite a matching pace. When she placed her sandal where a painted soul lay, the position felt like taking a small vow to walk in a manner that would not startle the quiet. As they moved, the passage's art changed in subtle ways. Footprints clustered in pairs where people had once paused to speak, then opened into single lines where someone had gone on alone. And now and then the trail bent toward a tiny inset niche where a pebble or a scrap of ribbon had been left. Along one wall, shallow bas-reliefs showed scenes of children learning to walk, small hands supporting wobbling shoulders, a parent's finger outstretched like a metronome. The imagery read less as instruction and more as comfort. Everyone stumbles, and the point is to keep going with gentleness. The traveler slowed her breathing to match the passage's rhythm, and with each careful step she felt the tension in her shoulders unwind. The painted feet did not judge. They simply suggested a tempo one could follow. Small alcoves punctuated the corridor at intervals. Each contained an object left as an aid to slowing, a smooth pebble meant to be held and counted in a pocket, a folded scrap of linen to rub between the fingers, a tiny clay whistle for exhaling on a long, soft breath. The keeper showed the traveler how to use each item, how to fold the linen into a neat square, how to let the pebble fit a single worry, how to blow once and then wait. The acts were small and mechanical, yet each tiny ritual translated restlessness into something that could be handled. Shadows leaned in from high slits and pooled like slow ink across the floor. Where a shaft of moon struck the painted footsteps, the colors glowed softer, and the sandals appeared almost real, like little patient guides waiting for the next traveler. They paused at a niche where a child's tiny footprint had been added, in fresh pigment, a recent offering that made both of them smile. It suggested that gentleness could be taught and caught, passed down in small acts that accumulate without fanfare. The keeper told a brief, low story about an old woman who used to walk this passage each evening to learn how to let a day go. She would step only on painted right feet until the tension in her left shoulder eased, then alternate until both sides relaxed. The traveler tried the exercise and felt an immediate uncurling, as if the body remembered a more spacious way to hold itself. When they reached the passage's end, a low door opened onto a courtyard of quiet flowers. They stepped through with the passage's slow rhythm still living in their ankles, an internal tempo now ready to be called upon whenever the world asked them to hurry. The painted footsteps remained behind, patient and persistent, waiting for the next set of feet, willing to learn how to move softly. They found the well tucked beneath a low dome, where the stone had been smoothed by the hands of many who had leaned close and listened. The opening was small, more like the mouth of a private spring than a town cistern, and a narrow stair curled down into cool air that smelled faintly of lime and old moss. When the keeper lowered his lantern, the light pooled on the rim and fell away, leaving the well itself as a circle of gentle darkness that felt more like a promised hush than an absence. That the bottom, the water lay still as a kept secret. Its surface was a soft, black mirror, and it reflected the lantern's circle as if the two lights were conversing in a private language. The keeper knelt and dipped his fingers into the water with deliberate slowness. He let the small ripples settle before speaking, because this place answered best when given time to consider. Voices here were not loud. They returned as softened echoes, as if the water agreed to carry back only what had been tenderly offered. A traveler came forward carrying a little scrap of papyrus folded into a tight square. She had written earlier a single short regret and tucked it into the paper. Now she unfolded it at the rim and, with a voice so low it felt like wind across a reed, she read the line aloud. The words dropped into the well and vanished without a splash, leaving only a faint ring that spread and slowly thinned. The keeper waited until the ripple returned with nothing more than a colder surface, and then encouraged her to listen. After a long beat, the water returned the line, not with the same sharpness, but as a softened echo, reshaped and smaller enough for the traveler to hear the idea, without being pulled back into its fresh sting. The practice was simple and humble. Speak one thing you carry, let the water hold it, then accept a gentler version of the same thought when it comes back. People who had used the well for years said that the water's reply was rarely a solution. It was an alteration less jagged, rounded at the edges so that the listener could set the matter down without carrying its prick. The traveler found her breath matching the water's slow movement, and the remembered regret felt lighter when it returned as a softer sentence. Small things were left at the rim as tokens of exchange: a smooth pebble, a folded ribbon, a single dried petal. Each object had been chosen for modesty. None demanded notice, and that was precisely the point. The keeper explained that some left seeds at the rim to seeds meant for the garden above, planted later by whoever carried them out. The well, it seemed, turned worries into small obligations of care rather than into burdens. At one point, a child leaned over and whispered a tiny secret about a stolen fig. An innocent theftant giggled when the well offered back a different secret, a memory of a laughing market woman who forgave many small wrongs. The child clapped softly, delighted that the water could be playful as well as kind. Nearby, a woman who had come for a private unburdening pressed both palms over her face and let out a long exhale that sounded like a page turning when Well, returned her line. It felt like a closed sentence rather than an open wound. They lingered until the lantern's flame leaned low. The keeper gathered the small tokens, tucked them into a cloth, and promised to plant the seeds at dawn. The traveler pocketed her pebble and found, as she rose, that her shoulders sat lower and her steps were steadier. The well did not fix everything. It merely taught how to shape what was heavy into something carryable. They climbed the stair together, leaving the circle of reflected light to settle back into the stone's patient silence. They entered a narrow chamber warmed by the small, steady industry of hands that knew how to repair without hurry. Shelves held folded cloths of every modest sort, wool softened by use, linen smoothed by years of washing. A child's tiny sash faded at the edges. Spools of thread lay in orderly rows, colors muted into the kinds of tones that do not startle. River brown, hushed indigo, the pale gold of late afternoon. The air smelled faintly of starch and beeswax, a clean, domestic scent that made the ribs feel steady. At a low table sat an elderly mender. Fingers looped around a needle as if it were a familiar prayer bead. Her hands moved with the kind of precision that comes from repeating a small kindness until it becomes part of the body. The needle traveled in a slow, honest rhythm through cloth out the other side. A gentle tug, each small motion sounded like a tiny metronome for breathing. The traveler watched and felt the rhythm seek a match inside her chest. With each stitch, her inhalations lengthened. Each tug asked for one quiet exhale. Objects awaiting repair told small stories. A sleeve patched in two places where a child had once learned to climb. A soft cap with the imprint of a father's thumb along its brim. A tapestry border restitched with a different shade, because the original dye had faded and someone wanted the piece to keep living. The mender never rushed. She matched thread to memory and seam to intention. When she spoke, her words were spare practical notes about tension and knotting, but between them were stories of how mending could be a conversation with the past, not to hide a tear, but to honor how it happened. The keeper set a small lamp so the light would fall across the traveler's lap. The traveler was given a piece of cloth, a shawl, with a thin tear-end, invited to try a single stitch. The first attempts were clumsy. The thread trembled, the knot slipped. The mender guided without criticism, encouraging a gentleness of hand. Let the thread find the hole. Breathe as you pull. The traveler obeyed and discovered that the act required no cleverness, only patience. The small success, one neat stitch placed where a raw edge once threatened to spread, felt like a tiny promise kept. Around the room, others sat quietly mending their own small things. A child sewed a button with exaggerated solemnity. A woman darned a mitten while humming an old tune. A man smoothed the edge of a well-loved book cover and bound it anew. Conversation moved in short, useful bursts, how to make a tight overcast, which wax keeps the thread from fraying, then settled back into the hush of hands at work. The sound of needle through cloth, repeated and predictable, fashioned a lullaby that the room wore like a shawl. The mender taught a simple practice: for each stitch, breathe in; for each pull, breathe out, and let go of one small worry. The traveler tried it, speaking the worry into the palm before threading it through cloth, and felt the odd, ordinary magic of action turning weight into manageable form. By the time the shawl's tear lay closed, the traveler's thoughts had become softer, less jagged, like fabric rejoined. They left the room carrying the repaired shawl folded across the arm like a small, mended promise. Outside, the corridor accepted them with its usual slow hush, but the traveler's gait had a new steadiness, a rhythm in the step made of tiny stitches and softer breath. The room of threaded promises remained behind, its shelves full of future repairs and the quiet knowledge that small, repeated acts can hold much of what feels fragile. They slipped through a narrow door into a small, hush-filled alcove where time itself seemed to have learned to move without urgency. The room smelled faintly of cool water and old lime plaster, an honest scent that steadied the chest. One wall stood a row of shallow basins, each part of a simple water clockware, a steady, patient drip, measured long, even breaths. Nearby, a set of small hour stones sat in a careful line. Each stone had been smoothed on one side, its flat face meant not for striking, but for resting a palm and feeling how slowly the world shifts beneath skin. The keeper of measures received them with a quiet nod and a small wooden spoon. He showed, without fuss, how the water clocks worked. A tiny stream would feed one basin. The surface would rise and spill into the next, and so on, a slow cascade that counted not minutes for business, but gentle spans for rest. Watching the water fill and move forward felt less like keeping score and more like following an old friend's steady breathing. The traveler sat and let the soft, mechanical patience of the drips settle her shoulders. On a low table lay a set of carved pebbles, each marked with a simple glyph to suggest an intention for forgiveness, for waiting, for waking. Kindly, the keeper invited them to choose one, set it upon the nearest hour stone, and match their breathing to the time it took the basin's water to reach the mark. The practice was plain and effective, a way to anchor an anxious moment to a slow device outside the self. The traveler selected the pebble for forgiving and felt an immediate permission to slow down her Judgmenta, narrow glass tube more delicate than any lamp-held grains of sand that fell in an almost imperceptible shower. Watching the sand move was like watching a slow thread unspool. Eyes found it easy to follow the tiny cascade and let other thoughts soften. The keeper encouraged small exercises. Breathe in as the sand begins to fall. Breathe out only when the grains make a tiny pile. The ritual had no promise of answering great questions. It promised instead an interval in which the world's insistence could quiet. In one corner rested a set of small bellows and a carved wooden wheel. Turning the wheel slowly pumped a whisper of air through a narrow reed, producing a barely audible hummin' other measure, this one of sound that could be matched to the water's drip. The traveler tried it, turning the wheel with 2 careful fingers until the reed sighed in time with the basin. The combined rhythm, water, grain, and breath formed a small, private orchestra of slowness that the body recognized as permission to become softer. Small cards lay beside the basins with practical prompts. Let the water mark 3 breaths for one difficult thought. Read 1. Another suggested, when the sand runs out, fold one corner of your worry into a square and set it aside. The instructions were modest and felt like kindly rules rather than harsh commands. They offered a way to translate inner tumult into external, manageable acts. Before they left, the keeper lifted the pebble they had chosen and pressed it to the traveler's palm. Keep it, he said simply. When things hurry, find a basin and rest your hand on this stone. Let the measures do the patient work. The traveler did so, feeling the stone cool and steady against her skin. And as they stepped back into the corridor, the alcove's slow cadence stayed with them, an accessible tempo for nights that might otherwise race. They stepped into a narrow chapel whose ceiling arched just enough to make voices bend kindly rather than carry. It smelled faintly of beeswax and crushed man honest, warming scent that seemed to settle the ribs before any words were said. Benches lined the stone floor in 2 simple rows. At the front, a low altar of smoothed limestone held a handful of ordinary objects: a plain bowl, a length of twine, a small polished pebble. Nothing here demanded ceremony. Everything invited intention. A keeper in a faded robe moved without haste to light a single candle. He did not make a show of it. The candle's flame lifted like a small answer, and its light made the chapel feel less like a place that claimed holiness and more like a room where people practiced being kind to themselves. The traveler noticed that the benches were placed close enough that a whisper could move between people and far enough that one could be alone with a thought. The architecture itself encouraged modest promises, the sort that could be spoken without strain. People came here not to swear grand pledges, but to bind small acts into habits of promise, to visit an elderly neighbor twice a week, a vow to eat slowly for 7 days, a decision to forgive a single small mistake and let it rest. Each oath was folded down to fit in a palm. The keeper provided paper strips, a length of twine, and a bowl of sand into which the traveler could draw a mark. The ritual was plain. Speak the intention aloud. Tie a knot in the twine for each day you aim to keep it. Then drop the end of the twine into the bowl. The knotting served as a small contract between mouth and hand. A woman who had come earlier sat near the front, fingers busy tying 3 tight, patient knots. She breathed between each loop, and in the steady rhythm the traveler felt permission to make a vow that would not be too heavy. The keeper advised to keep oaths no longer than the next dawn or the next week measures that could be held without strain. The smallness of the terms made the promises feel like seeds rather than stones. On a side table lay a collection of returned twines knotted, frayed, watered dark in places left by people who had completed a practice or forgiven themselves for not finishing. The keeper picked up one and showed a traveler how the knots had softened with use, how the twine had taken on the shape of other hands. Completion, he suggested gently, could be quiet. A note folded into a pocket, a pebble placed under a pillow, or a small bell rung 3 times each morning. The visible traces of promises kept gave the room a sense of patient accomplishment rather than rigorous judgment. Sometimes people came simply to listen. A man stood at the altar and read aloud a short line he had written ages ago. I will be kinder to the mirror. Hearing it spoken now, in the chapel's gathered hush, rounded the statement into something manageable. The candle burned a little. Lower, the warmth pooled. Someone else left a pebble on the altar and a scrap that read, simply, for soft returns. The objects rearranged themselves into a modest web of mutual care. Before departing, the traveler tied a single knot in a length of twine and tucked it into a pocket. It was not a vow grand enough to change the world, she told herself, but perhaps enough to steer the next morning. The keeper bowed with the sort of small gravity the place required, and they stepped back into the corridor with an oath folded into their hands like a tiny, steady lamp. They climbed a short, winding stair whose stones held the warmth of many slow hands, and emerged onto a narrow balcony that overlooked a sheltered bend in the river. The balcony was small enough to feel private and wide enough to let the eyes rest. A low parapet rose to hip height and had been smoothed by generations of leaning shoulders. From there the river moved with an ancient, unhurried, intent and easy ribbon of dark water that carried leaves and small light across its skin, like quiet messages. The view asked nothing of the watcher except presence. A thin strip of moon painted the water in a long, cool band. The keeper set the lantern at the traveler's feet so its warm pool would meet the moonlight without trying to outshine it. Mist hovered above the river, not heavy but like breath visible in the night. The sound, the faint, far swish of water on stone, was steady enough to be a guide for breath. They sat side by side and let the motion of the river suggest a slow rhythm. Inhale as a leaf met the current. Exhale as it rounded a rock. And in that small syllable of connection, the body found a steady measure. Along the parapet sat a handful of small objects left by earlier visitors. A smooth pebble with a faint scratch, a strip of faded ribbon, a tiny folded note offering thanks. None were precious. They were the kind of things meant to be held and then released, used to anchor a thought. The traveler picked up the pebble and held it in one palm, feeling its cool surface and the little weight of continuity it offered. She set a single intention, nothing dramatic, only the wish to wake a degree gentler, and placed the pebble back, as if returning a borrowed thing. The keeper told a short, soft story about a ferryman who once tied a small bell to the rail and rang it only when he wanted to remind himself that each crossing was a quiet work of care. The traveler imagined the bell's round sound and felt her chest unclench a tiny fraction. Nearby, a cluster of reeds bent and sighed with the wind, and their sound threaded through the balcony like a simple chorus. Even small sounds here had dignity. They were invited to be slow and to leave space between them. A small practice was offered. Take 3 long breaths, matching the river's passing, and then whisper one line of thanks to the night, one line, no more. The traveler tried it and found that speaking aloud, but briefly, made the thought less heavy and more like a dropped pebble that created one calm ring. She thanked the keeper, the traveler before her, the quiet that allowed her to hear herself think without urgency. Saying it out loud turned a private worry into a gentle offering and eased the finger grip on it. They watched a boat, small and empty, glide by in the moonlight. Its progress so slow that it seemed to move in agreement with the notion of patience. The keeper picked up the lantern, and for a moment the 2 lights, the man-made glow and the moon's cool band, moved together on the water before diverging, teaching that different kinds of light could share a space without competing. When the boat faded around the bend, the traveler felt the odd, soft satisfaction of having watched something finish without drama. Before leaving, the traveler wrote a single word on a scrap of papyrus return, folded it thrice, and tucked it into a crevice in the parapet. It was a small vow and not a burden, an agreement to come back when the river's silence was needed again. They stepped down the stair with their shoulders looser and their steps quieter. carrying the river's patient cadence inside them like a small, steady clock. They entered a long, softly lit chamber that once served as a place for simple audience and small reconciliations, a court not of thunderous edicts, but of appointments kept with courtesy. Benches of low stone lined either side of a shallow dais, where a single chair sat, plain and unadorned. The air smelled faintly of waxed wood and dried orange peel, an ordinary honest scent that made disputes feel less like battles and more like conversations overdue for gentleness. The keeper moved with the composed gait of someone who had learned to translate seriousness into calm. He did not wear any show of authority. Instead, he carried a simple wooden tablet and a reed, on which he made slow, deliberate notes. People came here not to be judged, but to lay down small matters that had grown too jangly to hold an unpaid favor, a borrowed bowl, the memory of a missed birthday. The room made these things manageable by scale. Each matter would be spoken plainly, received carefully, then given a small, practical way forward. A traveler and a thin-faced potter sat across from one another at the dais. The potter's voice was measured. He explained how a jug had been left at a neighbor's table when the market closed, and how it had gone unsaid until it had gathered weight. The traveler listened, palms open on her knees, and the keeper suggested a tiny remedy, a single morning's visit with bread and a small repair. The idea was less about restitution and more about restoring the muscle memory of simple decency. The potter nodded, surprised at how workable the solution felt once spoken aloud, and unclenched from hyperbole along the walls. Shelves held small tokens, notes of apology, lists of things to be returned, and simple pledges folded into neat thirds. The keeper would take one, read it slowly, and ask the parties to paraphrase it in their own voices. Repeating a small request in plain words made it feel less like a sword and more like a tool. The traveler watched as a curt sentence softened into a manageable task simply by being spoken and agreed to. Words here had the modest power to shrink problems into doable acts. Neighbors sometimes arrived, carrying bundles to be passed along with a requested time. Please plant these saplings next spring, or can you mind the lamp for 2 nights? The court offered calendars made of thin papyrus strips. The keeper would tie a small knot for each agreed day and tuck the strip into a shallow box for safekeeping. The tangible, not transformed, vague promises into bits one could touch and return to an unexpected comfort when obligations could otherwise float away, when tempers threatened to flicker. The keeper proposed a short pause, a minute of shared breathing, perhaps, or 2 lines of apology placed into a bowl of water to be carried away at dusk. The rituals were modest but precise. They did not erase wrongs, but made repair possible without drama. People left the chamber not with the posture of shame or triumph, but with the lighter step of someone who had been heard and had learned how to try again before they rose. The traveler tucked a scrap of papyrus into the box, a note reminding herself to return a borrowed shawl and, more importantly, to return kindness in small increments. The keeper smiled, closing the box with a single, careful knot. They walked out under the chamber's quiet domestic law, their shoulders eased by the lesson that responsibilities, when made small and specific, could be kept without burning the hands. They descended into a small, low-ceilinged chamber, where the air felt warm but never fierce, forge tamed for usefulness rather than spectacle. The hearth was modest, a shallow bed of coals tended with practiced hands, a slow bellows that breathed like a sleeping animal, and a set of tools arranged with the exactness of a well-tended garden. Metal here was never hammered for show. It was shaped gently, folded, and coaxed until it agreed to hold a new usefulness. The keeper of the forge moved among his tools like someone greeting familiar neighbors, his motions economical and calm. A soft-faced smith stood at the anvil, a leather apron wrapped without fuss, and worked with a hammer that had lost any urge to shout. Each strike landed with a muted warmth, more like the soft closing of a book than an alarm. Sparks did not fly in frantic showers. They rose in tiny, respectful blinks that the keeper caught in a cupped hand now and then, as if gathering up small sparks to warm a pocket. The rhythm of hammer on metal became a steady metronome, the kind that asks the body to match its breath to the work. On a low table lay half-made things, a spoon with a handle shaped to cradle a palm, a thin bowl with edges folded inward to make it safe to hold, a small bell whose tone was crafted to be mellow and not sharp. Each object bore the mark of intentional restraint, no flourish that might demand attention, only the careful shaping that made use comfortable and lifelong. Watching the smith file a rim smooth was watching someone perform a small mercy, removing the burrs that might catch skin or snag cloth. A traveler lingered near the bench, hands folded to keep from reaching for tools. The smith offered, without ceremony, a simple practice. Hold the unfinished spoon, feel its cool rawness, breathe in. When the hammer taps a rhythm, breathe out. The first taps were small. The traveler matched them and felt a curious realignment, as if the world's hurry quieted to the cadence of the hammer. The practice did not fix great troubles, but it offered a way to translate nervous energy into a deliberate, constructive motion. Metalwork here was full of metaphors that did the work rather than preach. Annealing that slow process of heating and cooling became a quiet lesson Some things need warmth to become flexible before they can be made strong. The smith spoke of tempering a thin strip of bronze until it could bend without breaking. The traveler thought of a worry that had been rigid and how, with careful heat and patient cooling, it might be loosened without losing its shape. A small display held tools returned by grateful hands, a repaired ladle, a mended hinge, a tiny hand mirror whose frame had been reborn from a bent scrap. Notes of thanks were tucked beside them, short lines left on scraps of papyrus. The smith read one aloud softly. "You made my morning easier." The line landed in the room like a small coin, and everyone felt the exchange as part of the chamber's quiet currency. Before they left, the smith wrapped a simple, newly finished spoon in a scrap of linen and placed it in the traveler's palm. "Use it for slow things," he said with no flourish. The spoon's weight fit the hand like a promise, not a cure, but a tool to practice gentleness. They stepped back into the corridor, carrying the warmth of tempered metal and the metronome of the hammer in their chests, an internal beat that would remind them how to shape small things into lasting comfort. They climbed a gentle stair that led to a wide terrace open to the east, where the stone had been worn smooth by many mornings of leaning and waiting. The terrace caught the first tentative rays of dawn and held them as if they were fragile things, thin bands of warm light that crept across low benches and a scatter of clay pots. Waking leaves, with the patience of someone who knew mornings, arrive in parts. The air up here was cool and tasted faintly of river mist. It felt like an invitation to meet the day without haste. A bench sat beneath a low parapet, carved with shallow grooves where hands had once rested and watched the sun rise. The keeper placed a simple reed mat and a small cup of water beside it and sat without ceremony. They did not speak much. Instead, they showed how to greet light as a practice. The traveler settled onto the mat and let the terrace arrange her eyes into the slow geometry of dawn. A narrow strip of gold, then another, then a quiet pool of blue where the night still clung. Each band of light arrived and lingered, like a line of visitors, each waiting its turn. Pots of herbs and small careful plantings clustered along the parapet, thyme pressed low, a handful of mint, a young bay in a clay jar. The keeper brushed dew from a leaf and offered it to the traveler to smell. The scent was small and immediate. Breathing it in changed the inside temperature of the chest by the fraction that makes room for softness. A moth, still drowsy, drifted over and settled on a pot, folding its wings as if to keep the quiet company. They practiced a morning ritual that required only 3 small actions. Breathe with the first light. Say one line of thanks aloud, then tilt the cup and sip a single. mouth full of water. The movements were simple enough to be repeated tomorrow and trivial enough not to feel like a new burden. The traveler found the simplicity saving. Speaking aloud loosened a tension she had carried through the night, and the tiny sip of water felt like returning a borrowed object to its place, an ordinary act that steadied a wandering mind. Along the terrace's edge, a low line of small bells hung on cords. The keeper plucked one, letting its slow note ring once. The sound was brief, and did not demand attention. It marked the start of the practice, rather than annulling what had come before. A neighbor's roof in the distance answered with a soft shuffling, someone else beginning their own gentle morning. The terrace became, in that instant, part of a larger, dispersed household waking in measures rather than jolts. They moved through small, useful tasks, folding the reed mat and smoothing a bit of soil back into a pot that had been knocked by a careless foot. Each small repair was a tiny promise kept to the day. Tidy what you can, return what you borrowed, water the plant that depends on you. Doing modest tasks in the dawn made the traveler feel useful without the pressure to accomplish everything. It was relief in the shape of chores. Before leaving the terrace, the keeper took a thin strip of linen and tied it around the traveler's wrista. Simple not to touch through the day if she felt scattered. "This is not a chain," he said softly. "It is a reminder." The traveler rubbed the knot with a thumb and felt the small comfort of a practice. She could carry a touchstone that would nudge her breath back into the morning's slow tempo. They descended the stairs with the light following them like an obliging shadow, and the day seemed less sharp for having been welcomed in pieces rather than all at once. They descended a sloping passage that smelled faintly of brine and dried reed. An unexpected breath of river where the tomb met secret waterways. The passage opened onto a low chamber whose far end held a shallow slip of water, a tiny indoor harbor where small boats had once been moored for quiet leaving. The boats were not grand. They were narrow sculls with curved prows, the kind used to ferry a single passenger across the hush of morning mist. Each boat lay tied with soft cords and waited as if for a patient hand to come and nudge it forward. A keeper of the harbor met them at the water's edge, a rope coiled over one shoulder and the calm of someone who had learned that departures are kinder when measured. He moved with the slow, precise gestures of someone who had pushed 1,000 small vessels into their first glide. Loosen the knot. Let the cord slip through the palm. Give 2 steady pats to the boat's side. The traveler watched his hands and felt their own restlessness loosen, like knots gradually unlooping under a gentle thumb. The harbor's light was thin and humid, lantern glow blending with the soft reflection of the pool. Wooden planks had been worn smooth where feet had launched and returned. A child's boat bore scratches that told of many tiny journeys to mark a map of small courage. A narrow bench by the edge held a stack of folded cloths for damp knees, a shallow basin of water to wash hands, and a bundle of reed ropes kept tidy for future mooring. Everything here suggested care made practical objects, arranged to make leaving manageable rather than dramatic. They learned a small practice before setting a boat adrift. Name the thing you will not carry forward, a small worry, a petty insult, a night's leftover sharpness, and place a single folded scrap into the boat. The action felt like tucking a letter into a chest before a long, soft voyage. The traveler did so, whispering the line into the paper and setting it lightly in the stern. The keeper pushed, hands steady on the oar, and the boat moved with a whisper, cutting a narrow ribbon through the harbor's glassy skin as the boat glided. The harbor replied in small, patient ways. Tiny ripples lapped the stone lip and made a soft, repetitive sound like a metronome tuned to ease. The traveler found that naming the thing and watching the boat accept it changed the relationship to the weight. It did not vanish so much as be given a shape and a place to float. The keeper told them that the harbor's work was not to carry troubles away forever, but to allow them the dignity of journey, so that when they returned to shore, people were not weighed by the same burdens. A reed boat returned, and the person in it climbed out with a lighter step and a soft, private smile. The traveler watched and felt a small permission enter her chest. Departures can be purposeful and quiet, and the act of sending something off can also be an act of mercy to oneself. She pressed her palm to the boat's wet edge, feeling the cool wood and the tide's patient pull, and understood that motion, slow, deliberate motion, could be a kind of letting go. They stayed until the lantern's flame leaned low, practicing small pushes and gentle goodbyes. When they finally stood to leave, the keeper handed the traveler a short length of braided cord, a token for tying off a parcel at home, or for reminding the hand how to loosen, not grip. They stepped back into the corridor with their shoulders softer, as if some habitual hold had been unlatched. The harbor's last ripple folded into the stone like a low closing phrase. They stepped into a room whose air seemed folded around words. Shelves rose not straight and stern, but at a gentle lean, like trees that had grown toward one another to form a soft roof. The books themselves were thick and unshowy, covers of worn leather, pages browned at the edges, ribbons that hung like small, patient tails. Light here was kept low lamps with pulled shades, a single slit of moon by a high windowsill reading felt more like listening than inspection. The room had the soft hush of other rooms that understood talk should be measured and brief. A keeper, who loved dust as if it were an old friend, guided them to a low reading alcove. He set a lamp on a small table and did not hurry the wick. The light spread in a wide, gentle puddle. The traveler sank into a deep, upholstered chair whose arms welcomed the elbows and made it easy to let shoulders drop. Near them, a child with careless intent browsed with bright, quiet fingers, choosing not whole books but single pages to shelter in pockets, like secret stones. They learned the library's casual rules. Read only one paragraph aloud. Breathe. Between sentences, tuck the line back into the margin before the next person speaks. It was a practice that treated language as soft materials, something to be handled, folded, and returned rather than displayed. The keeper produced a book with flaking gold on its spine and read a single short paragraph, a description of a morning. When the bread was always warm, his voice was plain and even. It did not compel attention so much as invite a slow, private reflection dot around them. Books were organized by modest categories: recipes for quiet, notes on small forgiveness, tales told to children at low light. Each shelf had a small sign painted in a short, friendly hand. People selected a page and, instead of reading straight through, left a short note in the margin, one line about how the passage touched them, or a tiny drawing of a pebble. The traveler found the practice oddly comforting. The library was less an archive of facts than a collage of small consolations. They tried a simple exercise: open a book at random. Read the first line aloud, then close the book and fold the corner of the page inward. Each fold became a quiet marker, not of possession, but of attention or record, that someone had paused here and felt something like ease. The traveler read a line about a quiet cup of tea and felt a slow, soft smile cross her face. She folded the corner with care and left the line like a pressed flower. A small table by the window held sketchbooks full of tiny maps of rooms, of routes to neighbors' houses, of paths to secret gardens. People added small notations: a bench by the third pylon, a jasmine that blooms late. These marginal notes turned the library into a living atlas of gentle things, an invitation to return by foot and memory rather than to chase headlines. When they rose to leave, the keeper wrapped the traveler's folded page in a scrap of linen and tied it with a slim ribbon. "Carry one quiet line for the morning," he said. The traveler slipped the bundle into a pocket. They walked out with softer steps, and the room's measured hush tucked behind the ribs like a steadying hand. They stepped into a low chamber whose single corner held a large, old, chest-rounded lid, iron bands softened by years of careful hands. The rest of the room was simple: a low bench, a narrow window that let a strip of dusk in, and a small lamp that seemed content to share its light without hurry. The chest sat as if it had always been expected to be here, not a reliquary of grandeur, but a repository for the tiny things people carried to soothe themselves on long nights away from home. When the keeper eased the lid, the scent of cedar and worn cloth rose like a small, welcoming breath. Inside, objects lay in neat, cradled piles: a wooden horse with one ear slightly nicked, a painted spinning top with a faded blue stripe, a bundle of tiny cloth dolls stitched with patient, irregular hands. None of these toys demanded attention. They offered the kind of companionship that has no schedule. Each had been chosen by someone long ago to hold a quick grief, a lonely watch, or the want of a familiar shape in an unfamiliar place. A child had once used the chest as a private harbor. 4 small voyages folded into paper boats, pebbles from places visited, a carved bead that clicked like a heartbeat. The traveler lifted a soft doll and felt the place where its stuffing had thinned. A finger ran along the seam and found the careful, honest stitches that kept it together. The act of touching was slow and exact, fingertips reading texture like a quiet language. The keeper told a short, gentle memory about a boy who gave his top a last proud spin before boarding a ship. The top's wobble had seemed to say goodbye without shouting. They practiced a small ritual around the chest. Each visitor chose a toy, something harmless, and Modestin imagined a single small journey for it: a trip to the oven to warm bread, a walk to the well, a ride across a puddle. Then they set the toy gently on the bench and closed their eyes, breathing as the keeper counted quiet numbers. When the eyes opened, the visitor whispered a wish to the toy and placed it back in its nest. The ritual was not superstition, but a way to practice sending something on a short journey, to rehearse leaving a burden at home, while still carrying a modest hope. A few objects were kept folded with notes: a corked bottle with a scrap that read, "4 rainy mornings," and a ribbon-tagged pebble labeled, "To remember to call." The labels were small commands to kindness, rather than duty reminders to do little things that gather into steadiness. The traveler found that giving a toy a purpose, however small, made the chest feel less like a museum and more like a network of care. A moth drifted into the lamp's light and rested on the rim of the horse's saddle. The tiny shadow it threw looked like a companion's hand. The keeper smiled without comment and suggested that when someone needed to let go of a worry, they might wrap it in cloth, tuck it into a toy's lap, and fold the chest closed for a night. Doing so gave the worry a temporary home and the person permission to sleep without carrying it like a stone. Before they left, The traveler wrapped a slender scrap of papyrus around the spinning top and tucked both into her cloak. The small bundle felt like a tokenon exercise in sending one thing on a short, harmless journey so she could return lighter. They closed the chest carefully, leaving the room quieter than when they had entered, as if the toys themselves exhaled and settled in for their slow, patient keeping. When the corridor ended, they found a simple gate set into thick stone, a low arch that led outward rather than inward, a threshold made for small comings and comings again. It had once welcomed traders and relatives, messengers and children returning from errands. Now it held the soft vocabulary of homecoming. The keeper stopped a moment beneath the arch and ran a hand along the worn lintel, feeling the tiny grooves made by fingers that had lingered there before locking the day away. The mark of repeated returns gave the stone a patient friendliness, as if it had learned to answer the same knock with renewed welcome. Beyond the gate lay a narrow lane that sloped gently toward the river, flanked by low dwellings cut into the earth and shaded by trellised vines. Lanterns hung at even intervals, their flames steady and modest, making the path feel as if it had been arranged by someone who considered each footfall sacred. A woman who had traveled with them paused at the threshold and inhaled deep and slow, letting the nostrils gather the cool of courtyard air and the faint, homey scent of baking bread drifting from an open doorway. The act of breathing in became a way to fold the outside world into the night's calm. The keeper gestured toward a small bench tucked beneath a fig tree, where a neighbor often left a folded scrap of cloth for anyone who needed to tie a parcel. Closed. The bench had a history of brief conversations, 2 words swapped like medicine, a quiet apology made with a loaf as peace offering, a child's ear cupped to a grandparent's soft story. Returning here was not a theatrical re-entry, but a rehearsal in ordinary tenderness, the kinds of small gestures that gradually remake a person's edges into something softer. They walked the lane slowly, matching the rhythm of lamps and the house's low breathing. A cat uncurled in the stone doorway of an old woman who mended nets and blinked at them without curiosity. And that lack of demand felt like a permission. You may come and be unchanged for a while. A boy sweeping his stoop gave a small nod. A neighbor set out a cup of water for a passing dog. Each tiny act of civility compounded into a soft infrastructure for living. Steps that taught how to return without performance at a doorway draped with a faded textile. The traveler hesitated and then folded a small offering, a wedge of flatbread wrapped in linen, to the bench's hollow. The motion was unremarkable but precise. It felt like tucking a small, honest favor into a pocket. The keeper watched and said nothing. because the gate's rule was that homecoming should be obvious only to the one who needed it, a place where gestures were quiet and the world did not require explanation. They paused at the lane's end, where the river's dark ribbon gleamed between two houses. The keeper picked up a loose pebble and rolled it between thumb and forefinger, an old habit for centering the hand and slowing the mind. The traveler copied the movement and felt the pebbles weight steady, something in her chest that had been fluttering. She understood then that return was a sequence of small tasks. Place the offering, smooth the threshold, breathe until the edge eases. The gate did not insist on ceremony. It offered method. When they finally stepped back through the arch into the tomb's cool stone, it was with the gentleness of people who had learned that leaving and returning are crafts that require practice. The gate remained quiet and plain, its lintel worn to the shape of hands who had come home often enough to make patience habitual. They carried the lane's modest civility inside, a reminder that the quiet work of living done, little by little, builds a shelter strong enough for sleep. The chamber they entered felt as if someone had folded the weather itself into the stone and set it down to be read slowly. Low, curtained windows breathed faint drafts that carried distant scent-sweat, red after a soft rain, sun-warmed clay, the dry sweetness of late figs. The space was divided into small alcoves, each arranged to honor a season. A shallow tray of sand raked into winter lines, a low bowl of summer pebbles warmed by an unseen lamp, a bundle of pressed autumn leaves, and a jar of spring water kept cool. The keeper spoke of the room as a weather box, a place where one practiced meeting changes without haste, learning how to fold expectation down like a neat page. A woman who had come to watch the seasons move sat near the winter tray and traced tiny patterns with a fingertip, each pass of sand like a soft metronome. She wore a shawl the color of muted storm clouds and moved as if her hands remembered long, slow patterns. The traveler seated beside her felt the room's subtle curriculum, at work, noticing instead of forecasting, matching one's breath to the season's character rather than trying to hurry it along. The keeper put out a small reed fan and showed them how to make a single, deliberate sweep of air to evoke a cool dusk. The act was simple, no contrivance, but it shifted the body's temperature and the mind's tempo into gentler alignment. A narrow table lay a stack of linen slips, each printed with a tiny instruction. When rain comes, drink slowly, read one. When leaves fall, fold one memory into paper, read another. The traveler read aloud one line and felt the instruction. Land less like an order and more like a small, useful habit offered by a kind friend. The keeper suggested trying the actions one short practice for each season so the body would have immediate, manageable anchors when the world altered outside. A cup of warm water, scented with a thin peel of lemon, circulated. Each sip was an exercise in presence. Hold the cup, feel its warmth, let the mouth taste it before swallowing. The water was ordinary, but exacting. It turned a habit of taking nourishment into a ritual for noticing. They practiced it together. Sip, hold, taste, breathe. With each cycle, the tension in the shoulders eased, as if seasons themselves, often used as metaphors for anxiety, could be enacted as small, solvable chores. The winter tray kept a tiny stone circle in its center for visitors to drop a pebble into. When the pebble landed, the sand absorbed the sound, and the ripple, if one could call it that, sank and smoothed itself. The traveler dropped a pebble and felt an unnameable easing. The small ritual made change less sudden and more steady. Nearby, a jar of preserved citrus bright as a remembered morning sat, like a token of stored warmth. Tasting a thin slice reminded them that the season of scarcity always held pockets of sweetness. They learned to mark seasons not by grand proclamations, but by small, repeatable acts. A folded strip of linen for rain, a pebble for a draft, a ribbon tied when a branch first budded. The keeper tied a narrow cord around the traveler's wrist-soft hemp with a single tiny bead for her to keep as a reminder to meet weather with prepared, patient gestures. When they left, the room's subtle atmosphere stayed with them, a sense that life's turning points could be translated into tender practices rather than alarms. The seasons, folded and sunned inside the tomb, had become less of a hazard and more of a series of small, doable letters to be read and replied to in time. They crossed a low threshold into a room whose air smelled of warm earth and wet sandan, honest, grounding scent that felt like a promise to the lungs. The pottery of patient hands was a wide, round space where low terraces held carts of shaped clay, and a central hearth kept a gentle kills ember alive. Wheels sat in quiet rows, each simple and steady. Stone discs turned by foot or hand, not for speed. The room's light was soft and even, the sort that lets eyes rest rather than strain, and the walls drank sound, so that the rhythm of the potter's hands became the chamber's heartbeat. A potter with broad, patient palms welcomed them with a small nod and the offer of a stool. He worked without hurry, settling a lump of clay onto a wheel and letting it spin with a slow, dependable motion. His fingers moved as if drawing breath. Press, lift, center, press, lift, hollow. The clay answered like a cooperative thing, malleable, obstinate at times, but willing to be shaped when handled with affection rather than force. Watching him, The traveler felt an internal mimicry begin. Her own breathing lengthened to match the wheel's turn, and anxious thoughts were coaxed into softer shapes. The practice in the pottery was less about creating finished vessels than about learning a pacing for the hands and the mind. The potter offered a simple exercise. Center the clay with 3 steady presses. Inhale, press. Exhale, lift. Then let the wheel spin enough to find the balance point where the clay feels like an extension of the palm. The traveler tried and was clumsy at first. The lump collapsed, wobbling into an amorphous disc. The potter smiled without condescension and steadied the wheel with a guiding touch, showing how to feel the clay's temper rather than impose one's will on it. The second attempt found a tentative profile, a shallow bowl whose rim wavered with human imperfection, but held a shape that could hold things around the room. Shelves held bowls and cups in various stages, soft, wet forms waiting to be trimmed, half dry where that smelled faintly of dust and river. Fired vessels with pale skins like weathered hands. Each piece bore the fingerprints of its maker. A small ridge here where a thumb steadied, a gentle pinch there where someone made a deliberate decision. The traveler wandered the shelves and touched a rim polished by patient rubbing. The texture steadied her palm, and oddly, her thoughts' pottery acted as a ledger of small choices, each vessel a record that some hands had been gentle enough to keep making. A small ritual had grown among the potters before firing. Each maker would press a single seed into the base of their bowl and whisper a short, practical wish. May this hold warm soup for mornings, or may this be given to someone who needs plain kindness. The seed would remain hidden in the clay, a private promise that the bowl carried into its next life. The traveler pressed a tiny papyrus-wrapped fig seed into the bottom of her imperfect bowl and felt the act weigh the way a promise does, light but real. When the kill door opened later, the room's air warmed with a sweet heat, and the fired vessels glowed with a gentle sunlight color. The potter selected a small bowl and handed it across. The traveler cradled it like a fragile, useful thought, a thing made to hold. The potter's only instruction was plain and generous. Use it for a small meal when you return. Let it remind you that making is often the same as mending. They left the pottery of patient hands, with clay still faint under fingernails, and a rhythm in the chest that matched the slow, honest spin of the wheel, a tempo to call on when the world tried to hurry them again. They crossed a low threshold into a long, narrow chamber whose very architecture seemed arranged to slow the body. The ceiling was low enough to feel friendly, the walls lined with thin reeds and soft mats, and the floor padded in strips of woven cloth that made each step sound like a small, polite footfall. The air here had the clear, cool quality of places that remember to be still. It smelled faintly of dried mint and warm plaster. Everything in the room invited one simple experiment: to let the breath be counted, not hurried. A keeper, with a voice like a careful bell, met them at the far end. He did not speak at length. Instead, he set a small wooden tray between them and placed upon it several objects arranged with quiet intent: a thin reed to blow gently, a smooth river pebble to hold between the fingers, a little clay ocarina with a single low tone, and a shallow bowl of water whose surface lay placid and dark. Each object had been chosen because it asks for measured attention, an invitation to match the body to a modest external rhythm. The keeper showed them a way to begin. Place the pebble in the dominant hand and breathe in for a count of 3 while lifting the fingers, then breathe out for a count of 4 while letting the pebble rest. The motion was modest, no more strenuous than turning a page, and it did something small but exact. It taught the body that inhalation could be brief and exhalation long enough to make room. The traveler followed, feeling the instruction settle into her shoulders like a tiny release. After a few repetitions, the chest no longer wanted to jump. It matched the pebble's steady, reassuring weight. Next came the reed. The keeper demonstrated a soft, single breath through it, the sound slender and steady. The reed's tone was not a note meant to echo. It was a measure to be mirrored by lungs. They practiced together, one thin breath through the reed, a pause, then another. The reed required minimal force. Its utility lay in the way it slowed the breath without demanding effort. In that slowing, the traveler discovered how often the body had been holding itself taut, and how a single measured exhalation could release. A small, stubborn, not Dot, a child from earlier chapters, joined in with a quiet laugh. Its sound brief and bright like a small bell. The keeper gave the child the clay ocarina and guided a single low call, hum, then blow. The child copied and found, to their delight, that a long, slow tone could make the chest feel soothed, like a hand smoothing a sleeve. Laughter here was tiny and permitted. It did not spoil the practice, but added a soft, living punctuation. They finished with water. The keeper cupped 2 fingers and made a small ripple on the bowl's surface. The wave circled out and thinned. They timed their breath to follow the ripple's slow path. Inhale as it rose, exhale as it faded. The exercise turned breath into a visible, repeatable event. Watching the bowl taught patience because the water could not be hurried. It completed its own slow grammar, whether observed or not. By the time they rose, the traveler's inhalations had lengthened, and the habitual quickness that used to seize her at odd times felt less eager. The keeper wrapped a tiny reed in linen and handed it to her with no fuss, an easily carried instrument and a modest manual for breath. "Use this when the world speeds you," he said. "Match it once, and the world will wait for your rhythm." They left with lungs quieter than when they entered, carrying the room's even tempo like a small, portable truce with their own hurry. They entered a low, circular room whose walls had been scored in shallow flutes so the lamp glow would ripple rather than glare. Dozens of small niches ringed the chamber, each holding a modest oil lamp, some of clay, some of thin hammered metal set like sleeping moons. The air smelled faintly of warmed oil and folded linen, a scent that seemed to ask nothing and give permission to slow. The keeper moved with the unhurried confidence of someone who had learned that drawing a night closed is an art, not a chore. The ritual here was simple and exact. Visitors came to the chamber not to watch a grand extinguishing, but to practice the decent end of light, how to let what burns settle down without haste. The keeper invited the traveler to sit on a low stone stool while he lit one lamp and set it at the center, its flame small and steady, a private sun. Around them, the other lamps blinked like small, patient sentries, their faces soft and warm rather than demanding. First, the keeper instructed them to truly look at the flame. For a full, slow breath, watching the small, obedient motion of the fire did something fundamental. It drew the eye inward and offered a model for a breathing that could be measured and calm. The traveler watched the flame's tiny tongue lean and retract, and, without noticing, matched the rhythm with her chest. Identification was gentle. The flame did not order her to calm. It only behaved in a way she could choose to copy. Next came the counting, but it was not a hurried tally. They counted the lamp's little sparks as if counting tiny, polite arrivals. One feel, the inhale widen, to hold briefly as if offering thanks. 3 exhale long enough to allow some small worry to drift away. The counting converted the impatience of the mind into a slow, tangible cadence. Each count let a fraction of friction fall away until remaining motion felt manageable. Then the keeper took a small disc of soft leather and, with the reverence of someone closing a book, laid it atop the flame. The sound was minimal, a tiny sigh as the air left in one small whoosh, and the light settled into the leather's warm belly. The traveler felt a curious relief, not the theatrical relief of sudden darkness, but the quiet easing of a hand released from a burden. The lamp did not vanish in a hurry. It closed like a lid over a small, cherished thing. After a short pause of shared silence, they moved around the circle, repeating the tiny ceremony at each niche. Watch, slow count, place the disc, rest. The act of moving with deliberate smallness changed motion into a lullaby. Hands learned the weight of the leather, the exactness of placement. Breaths lengthened because each extinguishing required a long exhale. The chamber rewarded attention with an even spreading hush, the sort of hush that arrives naturally when everything is given time to finish. They left the center lamp burning last, letting its tiny heart keep a last watch, while the traveler tucked a folded scrap of linen into her pocket, a reminder to herself: too slow, to close gently. When the final disk lay over that last flame, the room did not become empty so much as full of a shared softness. The keeper bowed with a minimal nod, and they stepped back into the corridor, carrying a small, practiced skill: how to end the day with care rather than haste. They slipped through a narrow door into a room arranged like a small secret, a low wooden stage, 3 rows of stone seats softened with woven cushions, and a single overhead shade that turned the lamp's glow into a private pool. The little theater of whispers smelled faintly of oiled wood and old paper. It felt like a place built for careful listening rather than a plaza place, where stories were pared down to the size of a breath and offered like small loaves to be tasted slowly. A thin keeper, soft-voiced and patient, sat at the side, with a stack of slim scrolls tied in simple linen. He did not call people forward with flourish. Instead, he invited them by nodding and by setting a small bell to ring once, a gentle chime that was more an allowance than a summons. The traveler sat, folding her hands in her lap, and settled into the quiet the room seemed to have been storing for years. The cushions received her like a held palm, and the stone walls leaned in as if to make sure no one spoke too loudly. On the little stage, a single storyteller rose, not the dramatic kind, but someone whose face suggested small confidences. She drew a scroll from the keeper's pile and unrolled only a short strip, 1 paragraph, 1 image, a tiny scene meant to be given its own slow time. Her voice was low and lantern-soft. She read as if speaking to an infant at the edge of sleep. The words: unfurled an old woman braiding hair beneath a fig tree. A pot left to cool beside a window's simple details that asked nothing of the listener except to notice and breathe after each paragraph. She paused long enough for the breath to finish and for the room to answer with its tiny sounds: the soft creak of a cushion, the distant drip from the well, a moth's faint wing. The pause was the real part of the performance, the space where the listener's own memory could press into the story and fold it into place. The traveler noticed that her chest matched those pauses. Each inhalation and exhalation found the story's rhythm and let it smooth the edges of thought. The theater had a practice after a story was read. The audience was invited to add one small line, no more than a single sentence, into a shared scroll left on a low table. The line could be a memory, a simple thanks, or a wish. People wrote with a reed pen and then passed their scrap forward to be stitched into the scroll with a single overhand stitch. The act was brief and exacting. It turned listening into a modest contribution. The traveler wrote a single line about a warm morning and felt the ease of making a small mark rather than solving everything at once. A child in the front row, having heard only a few lines, hummed a tiny tune and let it hang. The storyteller smiled and repeated the tune as if it were part of the next paragraph. The room accepted it and wove the child's simple sound into the next breath of narrative. The theater taught that stories become kinder when shared in small pieces, and that the smallest voice can change the color of a tale. When the scroll had gathered a few lines, the keeper rolled it up and tied it with linen, setting it beside the stage as a living, slow document of the night's small exchanges. They left the theater with that hush still in their ears, a practiced quiet that was neither empty nor forced, but full of small human details held with care. The little theater of whispers did not make promises to mend everything, only to hand listeners a short, warm fragment they could take with them into the dark. They stepped through a cool, arched doorway into a long-glassed conservatory, carved into stone, an indoor orchard that the moon visited like a kindly guest. The structure filtered the sky down into slow beams that slid along the leaves. Under that soft light, rows of low fruit trees and vines lived in patient abundance. The air smelled faintly of ripe fig and green citrus, a scent that pulled the chest into a quiet, easy inhale. The space had the unhurried quality of places that grow food for ritual rather than sale. Careful spacing between branches, low benches for tasting, little baskets for offerings. A keeper with soil-creased fingers moved among the trees with the familiarity of someone who had learned the year's temperament by touch. He plucked a single fruit now and then, not to hurry ripening, but to test readiness with the thumb and ear. When he handed one to the traveler, it was with a small, private ceremony. "Hold it close and listen," he said, meaning the tiny sound the skin makes when it yields under a patient press. The traveler pressed and felt the soft give, a small proof that some things were finished by gentleness rather than force. Paths between the rows were covered in crushed shells that sang faintly beneath soft soles. As they walked, the keeper pointed out varieties tended for different moments. A fig that soothed a jangling mind, a pale date for a tired throat, a citrus so mild it brightened a thought without startling it. Leaves brushed their elbows like patient hands, bees drowsy from the orchards, calm moved with a thorough, unhurried diligence. The conservatory felt like a lesson in time. Fruit ripens on its own schedule, and the keeper's role was to wait well. They stopped at a low bench where little dishes of thin honey and crushed mint waited beside a shallow tray of sliced fruit. The keeper offered a tasting ritual. Take a single slice, breathe in its smell, roll it across the tongue, and name the sensation out loud in one soft word: warmth, river, quiet. Speaking the one small word made the act deliberate. It slowed the eater so the taste could do its gentle work. The traveler tasted and found a warmth like a remembered kitchen. The act of naming calmed the impulse to eat quickly and instead made the moment a slow, private poem around them. Tiny labels taped to trunks gave brief notes for sleepless nights. Eat when you need to forgive. Share with one who worries. These small directions were not commands, but invitations to match an inner need with a modest edible remedy. The keeper showed how to wrap a slice in a leaf and leave it on a bench for a later visitor, on anonymous kindness that circulated like quiet currency. Doing and leaving were part of the conservatory's small economy. Nourishment traded for attention. An old tradition survived here before sleeping. Visitors might place a single seed of what they ate on the salon offering. To the orchards, slow cycles, and an act that echoed the keeper's patience. The traveler pressed a tiny seed into a shallow pot of sand and whispered a short wish, no more than a line. And the act felt like planting a promise rather than making a demand. The seed's smallness made the intention manageable. The next morning, whoever tended the conservatory would find it and maybe think of the whispered line during their slow rounds. They left with a folded slice of fig tucked into linen and a quiet assurance carried like a small, warm thing. The conservatory's lesson: patience in growth, delicacy in tasting, generosity in leaving slotted into the traveler's chest like a shaped stone. Outside, the corridor waited with its usual hush, but their steps bore the slow weight of ripened fruit, steadier, softer, and ready to be shared in small, exacting kindness. They stepped through a narrow doorway into a long, low chamber hung with lines like quiet constellations. From the ceiling, hammocks swung in even rows, simple looms of woven linen and softened rope, each one cradled in its own neat cradle so it would not brush a neighbor's sleep. Small round pillows lay folded at one end like waiting moons. Each hammock had been positioned so a traveler could lie with the head toward the narrow slit of sky, watching a patch of stars if they wished, or closed their eyes and imagine them. Instead, the room smelled of clean linen and a faint trace of dried herbs, lavender tied in tiny bundles, and a whisper of chamomile stitched into pillowcases. Light here was deliberately spare. Low lantern pools at walking height, a few shallow dishes of oil tucked into niches, and one slim shaft of moon where a high window let the night lean in. The effect was that the hung beds read less like furniture and more like suspended breaths. Walking between them felt like threading gently through a field where each plant folded to the same patient wind. A keeper with soft shoulders, used to the careful weight of shared sleep, moved among the hammocks, checking knots and smoothing out small catches. He spoke in the kind of short sentences that serve as instructions rather than conversation, left strap higher for a knee's ease. He might say, or tuck the blanket under the chin for steady warmth. When he helped someone settle, his hands were economical and exact, tug here, tuck there. A final pat to set a small agreement between the fabric and the body. The traveler watched as the simple ministrations made an almost immediate difference. Muscles that had held tight since afternoon softened as seams were adjusted. They learned a small practice the room offered. Lie back, feel the hammock, take your weight, find the slow swing that pleases your spine, and count 5 full, even breaths before letting the mind drift. The motion was barely perceptible, one smooth curve forward, a reciprocal pause, yet matching breath to swing, did something immediate. The body, sensing the rhythm of a cradle, allowed itself to stop arguing with gravity. A child tucked into a near hammock stopped fussing and hummed a tiny tune. The sound swallowed into the room like a private constellation. Each hammock had a tiny shelf carved into the wall beside it, where small things could rest. A folded scrap of papyrus, a cup of lukewarm tea, a pinch of lavender for a worried palm. The traveler placed a small pebble there, an old habit for counting. Gentle intentions found it comforting to watch the stone keep its patient company. Around them a few people did not sleep so much as let their minds unspool. An old man traced a worn prayer bead. A woman smoothed the edge of a handkerchief and then let it fall away. 2 neighbors shared a low-voiced exchange about nothing of consequence, and in saying so, made the room feel safer above. The moon moved a little, and the shaft of light shifted, drawing a slender, slow arc across woven linen, like a finger pointing at time itself. Someone nearby seed a small, content sound, and the hammock's sway answered in a whisper of cloth. The keeper closed the doorway with such quiet it felt like closing a book. He left the lanterns at the path low, so the hammock's occupants could sink into their own small orbits. The traveler lay back and felt the hammock gather her like a practiced hand. The sway matched the breath, and the breath matched the thought, until both thinned into the tidy nothing that precedes sleep. The room did not demand that anyone fall asleep. It only offered a space where sleep became easier by virtue of being practiced in good company. When she finally let her eyes slip shut, the last thing she felt was the slow, considerate movement of linen cradling and the hush of many gentle breaths. Keeping watch, the keeper led them into a narrow suite where doors took up most of the attention. Not ornate gates or triumphant portals, but modest doors, half-height shutters, panels of worn cedar, rounded trap-doors that opened onto little storerooms. Each door had a hinge, and each hinge had a keeper. The room smelled faintly of oil and cedar, dust the honest odor of things preserved by attention rather than polish. Light was measured here, so it met each doorway as a discreet visitor instead of flooding it. The effect was to make transitions feel intentional and small. Along the walls hung hooks with labels in a tidy hand: door of morning bread, hatch to the well, cupboard of night bread. Beside each hook, a thin tin of oil and a soft rag waited. The keeper, an older person, whose palms knew the exact pressure a hinge needs, demonstrated the careful ritual. Wipe the pin, warm it briefly with the palm, slow the motion while closing so the latch settles rather than slams. The gestures were modest but exacting. They taught that how one finishes an action can matter as much as how one begins it. A traveler who had become restless over the past nights watched as the keeper set a small strip of linen into the hinges gap and then slid it out again, showing how a tiny piece of softness could stop a squeak and, by extension, stop the small shocks that pull a mind awake. She tried it herself, pressing the linen just so, turning the pin with the minimum force. The door closed with a muted, satisfied sound, like a small thing being tucked into bed. The success lodged in her chest as a gentle confidence. Small mastery makes sleep easier. They moved from door to door, each with its own short practice. At the cupboard of night bread, the keeper instructed how to close the lid so it breathes. Half close. Count a slow 3, then complete the close with a soft push. At the hatch to the well, he showed a little knot in the rope foreloops to keep tension, even then explained why even knots deserve ceremony. The traveler learned, with the repetition of small acts, that rituals composed of careful physical gestures can return a mind to its body. Against one wall lay a selection of tiny, key-strimmed, labeled, and kept in a shallow tray. The keeper suggested a final exercise. Choose a key, carry it in a pocket for the night, and when an hour of waking arrives, press it into the palm and breathe. The key's cool weight offered a tactile anchor. It turned latent anxiety into something you could hold and set down. The traveler slid a key into her robe and felt its discreet insistence calm her fingers. Nearby, A small board displayed notes, brief domestic commandments left by generations. Close the lamp before whispering. Leave bread for the neighbors. Dog, check the latch twice. They read like small promises, intended less to constrain than to reassure. The keeper invited them to add one gentle line to the board. The traveler wrote, "Ease the hinge, ease your hand." The writing felt like a quiet pledge. When they left, the corridor beyond seemed softer for the room they had passed through. Hinges and doors, once nuisances in the night, had become instruments of care. The traveler walked with hands less prone to fidget, and when she next closed a door, she did so with the same slow, deliberate attention she had practiced so even. Little noises could be turned into deliberate acts of mercy. They descended low into a vaulted space that smelled first immediately of warm flour and sweet crust. The night baker's oven sat at the chamber's heart, a broad belly of brick with a mouth low enough that one needed to crouch to peer. Inside, the room had been arranged for gentle production rather than bustle-wide boards for folding dough. Small earthen jars for yeast and salt, cloths for resting loaves. Lantern light pooled on work surfaces, but most of the glow came from the ember heart of the oven itself. A slow and confident radiance that warmed cheeks and quieted the mind. The baker moved with the weathered efficiency of someone who has learned how to coax rather than force. She set a shallow mound of dough before the traveler and invited her to feel its temperature and texture. "Kneading is listening," she said in a voice shaped for warmth. "You press, you fold again. You do not rush the dough. You ask it to trust you." The traveler's fingers sank into the pliant mass, and in the repetition press-fold, turn she felt the nervous flutter in her hands answer back with an obedient rhythm. Each turn of the dough was an invitation to slow the mind. The baking here was small in scale and large in ritual. The baker taught a sequence. Fold the dough thrice. Let it rest while you breathe 5 even breaths. Pinch an edge to remember someone kindly, then shape. The traveler found that the steps converted vague unease into manageable gestures. As the loaves rose under linen, the room filled with a predictable, consoling warmth. It was the kind of heat that read as safety more than alarm. A child from the hammock room had come with sticky fingers and a wide-eyed devotion. The baker showed them how to dust a board and make tidy, measured motions, rolling a small ball, tucking it into place so that the child's small triumphs could be many and gentle. Nearby, a neighbor left a written request, a slice of bread to be given to an old woman who could not bake herself. The baker wrapped a loaf carefully, tucking a warm note inside the linen, and handed it to the traveler with a soft encouragement to deliver it at dawn. When the loaves were finally slid into the oven, the baker placed a tiny sprig of rosemary on one crust, not for flavor alone, but as a token, rosemary for remembering small acts of kindness. They watched through the oven's mouth as the bread changed, color deepening, the surface tightening into a quiet crust. The sound, the oven's soft, steady breathing, made a hush that matched their own tightened chests loosening before leaving. The baker taught one last practice: break bread with 2 fingers and share the first piece without comment. The act is a small covenant. They did so, breaking a warm wedge and passing it quietly. The taste was simple salt, grain, patient heat, and it settled like a benediction. The traveler wrapped a small loaf for keeping, the weight of it, a small, practical comfort to carry. Walking away, she felt the oven's warmth lingering under her ribs. A domestic hearth kept in miniature for nights that demanded gentleness. They returned to the central chamber, where, when the night had begun, the keeper first lowered his lantern and unfurled the path. Now the necropolis had settled into the late hours. Lamps burned low, hammocks swung in even breaths, and the low pools of water mirrored the faint, indifferent stars. The traveler felt the pilgrimage through rooms settle, like stones placed on a table, each small lesson, a pressed thing she could arrange and touch. The keeper motioned them to a low dais at the room's center, where cushions lay in a quiet circle. And the last keeper, a quiet woman with hands that knew lullabies by habit, sat with a slender reed and a thin strip of papyrus. She began not with words, but with a single plain note on the reed, small, steady, like a heartbeat remembered. The sound filled the space between them without pushing. It became a scaffold for breath. The woman asked each person to take one deep inhale and to shape one private, modest intention, nothing grand, only something to carry gently into tomorrow. The traveler thought of the pebble from the garden of echoing stones, the key from the room of hinges, the loaf wrapped in linen. The small objects became a ribbon tying her night together. One by one, voices rose, small and shaped as requested. A thank you for a neighbor's patience, a promise to speak kindly, a single line to be tucked under a pillow. No one spoke at length. Each contribution was an offering measured to the room's tempo. The reed played a hollow, companionable phrase after every line, and the space swallowed the sound, softened it, and returned it as a patient lullaby. The ritual was less theatrical than mercantile of comfort, small exchanges that accumulated to make the heart feel less alone. The keeper then taught a very simple physical practice to seal the night. Put the right hand over the heart. Press lightly for a count of 4 slow breaths. Then rest the hand on the lap. Doing so, acknowledge the body as something to be tended. The traveler felt each breath find its cradle. The smallness of the act made its power exact. Tears nushemed, and thing came to some eyes, and were welcomed into a community of soft hands and even softer smiles. Lastly, the woman read a single, short line from the papyrus she had unrolled for the circle. May the night hold what is small and keep it safe. It was not a commandment, but a wish, folded so it could be carried like a small stone in a pocket. The reed's last note left a silence that felt whole rather than empty. They rose slowly and exchanged no grand farewells, only a steady mutual. No dand, the keepers moved among them, lighting tiny oil dishes at doorways to mark the path back to the gate. The traveler walked to the tomb's final archway, feeling the weight of the night's kindness settle as if into a small satchel. She glanced back once at the lantern pools and the keepers moving like slow hands across the rooms, then turned toward the lane and the low houses beyond. The lane would wait. The river would accept the river's light. The day would come, and with it, reasons to practice again. For now, under a sky that kept its watch without hurry, sleep came as promised, a small, patient gift, earned one quiet step at a time.